Hello. Hello. Alright, let's get right there. There we go. Alright. Today is the day we finish up the story of my life. The sequel to When It Rains. But first things first. I would like to thank Mika185 and Laura Louise. Thank you both for the follows after yesterday's stream. So thank you both. Thank you. So yes, we are planning on finishing the story today. We are about halfway, I think. We're in like chapter 21. 21, I think. I don't know. But we are about halfway there, so this is exciting. I'm so sorry if my voice sounds kind of nasally. It's kind of a long story about that, but anyway, because I use nasal spray religiously, and I just started using a different kind because it was all the store had, and I don't know if it's working for me or not. So if I'm like constantly sniffing or sound very sniffly, that is probably why. Alright, so I think I'm pretty sure I sent a tweet out and I posted in Discord. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check. Yeah, okay, there is the tweet. I'm pretty sure I posted in Discord as well. Yep, we're all good to go. Just want to make sure got everything ready. Alright, let's read. I believe kind of catch up. First half of the story, you know, random adventures over summer break. New character Woo Hyun, you know, he was an idiot. Tried to get with our protagonist Park Tessa. Didn't work. Some miscommunications happened with our couple, and they powered through it, I think. So, I believe the name of the chapter is escaping me. I don't want to scroll back up for it, though. But it's a day with the crew. And it is chapter 20. So we are on chapter 20. So let us get started. Music was blaring through the walls all afternoon. Woo-sung was just chilling in the main office. Even here, he could hear the music from the other end of the hall. A moment later, a familiar face walked in. "Oh, hey, haven't seen you in a while," Woo-sung greeted. "That's because I haven't been here in a while," Dong-ae replied. For the record, Tessa's the one blasting music. She was with someone from her dance crew, Woo-sung told him. "Sometimes I really wonder what the hell she's up to," Dong-ae pondered as he leaned against the wall. "I think we all do, Dong-ae." Woo-sung shook his head, and by that time, the music stopped. Moments later, Tessa and Sung-kyu walked in the halls and met with Woo-sung and Dong-ae. "Didn't expect to see you here," Tessa said towards Dong-ae. Dong-ae had a hard time replying. Even though she's wearing baggy clothes, she's covered head to toe in sweat and hair pulled back, she still looks beautiful. Because, of course, right? Ah, Dong-ae. Poor Dong-ae. Hashtag Donghae did nothing wrong. I remember that from the other stream. Donghae thought as he somehow choked on his words. Sungkyu noticed how nervous Donghae was. So, what are you doing here? He decided to ask Donghae. I just decided to stop by, Donghae mindlessly shrugged. You could have just texted or called me to let me know, Tessa said as Woo-sung tossed her a bottle of water. Donghae sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I know, but I kinda just, forgot? Tessa couldn't help but smile at how childish Donghae could be. She then saw through the real reason why he was here. A gift card to GameStop? A gift card to GameStop. Oh. Are you? Donghae pointed at her like she was an alien. We've been through this before, Tessa facepalmed and released a sigh. Right. Donghae chuckled. Is there anything else you want for your birthday? Tessa then thought about it for a moment. Other than that, all I want to do is just spend the day with friends and family. Donghae couldn't help but smile. She's selfless, even on her birthday. Haesung's one lucky guy. Yes, because of course. Of course he is. Well, we have to get going. We need to meet with the rest of the crew by 4, Sungkyu said as he looked at his watch. Are you going to be working on your super secret project? Donghae asked. Yes, we are going to work on it, and now you may not, and as probably no, you may not know what it is, Tessa answered. Donghae just stared at her for a few moments. I swear you are psychic. I believe everybody who has met her thinks the same thing, Woo-sung commented as Sungkyu and Tessa left the building. It's so fucking hot out, Hyunki whined. For once, I agree with Hyunki, Kyubong whined with him. If it's so fucking hot out, should I just leave? Bonhwa joked. That earned him a swift kick in the ass. You're lucky I'm not standing in front of you right now, Tessa sternly said. Sungkyu couldn't help but chuckle. You should take that as a compliment, Bonhwa Hyung. Calm down, children, Kwang-sun objected. The guy said he'd be here at around 4:20, so just chill until he gets here. 4:20. I did not know what that meant back then, and now I do. And now I'm giggling. Said be here at 4:20, so just chill until he gets here. How can we chill in 100-degree heat? Hyunki innocently asked. Everyone simultaneously facepalmed. Hyunki, we've been through this before. Kyubong patted Hyunki's shoulder. Give him a break. He's only the 3rd youngest here, Bonhwa said towards Kwang-sun. Yeah, give our honorary maknae a break. Sungkyu slightly chuckled at their banter. Just as a reminder, maknae means the youngest in the group or family. So, honorary maknae probably would be like, oh, he acts like he's the youngest, but he's really not. Tessa then randomly looked over to the left and found 2 guys walking towards them. I think the camera dudes are here. The others looked over in the same direction. Sorry we're late, one of them shouted upon arriving. Thank you! I'm tired of dying in the heat! Hyunki shouted his relief. Ignoring him, Tessa started. Shall we get started? The 2 guys nodded. Sounds good. Oh, I'm Eljo, by the way. I'm Chunji, the other guy smiled. Oh yeah, because Eljo was a former member of Teen Top, and Chunji is also a member of Teen Top. Nice to meet you two, Tessa smiled back and shook their hands. Kwang-sun then walked over to the 2. Alright, this is what I'm wanting. Kwang-sun then proceeded to tell Eljo and Chunji what his plan for filming was. Both of them understood and started to get set up. Kyubong then talked to the others at some points, and on some points they need before they start filming. When everything was set up, ready to go, they got started. Chunji started the music and sat back and relaxed while Eljo ran the camera. About half an hour of filming, they were done. Oh, half an hour? That sounds like a lot less work than it probably would actually be. About half an hour of filming, they were done, and Hyunki just about fainted from the heat. Filming, huh? Hashtag no sexy time. Yeah, no sexy time. None. None of it. Forget what happened last time, okay? Now that we're done, let's find some place with air conditioning, Kwang Sung suggested. I agree with you. Tessa raised her hand and started walking towards a nearby cafe. Sunkyu released a sigh and started carrying Hyunki on his back. Sheesh, why the hell does he have to be so tall? You're only shorter than him by 2 centimeters. I'm the only one that can complain about the height difference, Tessa pouted. How tall are you again? Bonhwa asked her. 161 centimeters, Tessa meekly replied. 161 centimeters roughly translates to like 5'3", so that is like my actual height. That's not too bad, Kumon commented. I'm only 172 centimeters, and I'm proud to be short. 172 is roughly 5'6", 5'6", roughly 5'7"-ish. That's still 11 centimeters taller than me, while Hyunki is 22 centimeters taller than I am. Tessa continued to pout. You are really self-conscious about your height, huh? Bonhwa smirked. Well, she's next to tall people. When she's next to tall people like Hyunki, then she's extremely self-conscious, Sankyu answered. Again, I must have predicted my, my thought process when I'm next to tall people, because I'm surrounded by tall people, like, all the time. And I married someone who is 6'4". My conversations just continued poking fun of Tessa's height and Hyunki complaining about the heat up until they reached the cafe. Once they stepped foot in the door... Air conditioner! Hyunki shouted in victory. I mean, I would 100% shout air conditioner in victory too if I was out in the hot summer heat. Shut up, you're attracting attention, Kwang Sun smacked his arm. You got Alicia beat by an inch. Whew. I might feel a little better. I might feel a little better about that. Where was I? Oh yeah, Shut up, you're attracting attention, Kwang Sun smacked his arm. What attention? Bonhwa remarked as he saw the cafe was clearly empty. The 6 of them took a seat and waited for their order to be taken. Welcome to Handel and Gretel. Hi, Aesung, Tessa bluntly greeted before he could finish speaking. You seem blunt today, Aesung commented. We've been out in the heat for about an hour or so, Kibong spoke up. Aesung then smirked. So I'm guessing you guys are wanting ice cream? Sounds about right, Kwang Sung nodded. They then told Aesung their orders and went to go make them. All heads turned towards Tessa. She seemed a little uncomfortable under their stares. What? Oh, nothing, Bonhwa smirked. When you say nothing, it fucking means something, Tessa glared at him. So how long have you and Aesung been together? Hyunki asked. Tessa then thought for a moment as she counted the months in her head. 5, 6 months? Wow, that long? Kibong seemed surprised. I don't think he even knows relationships can last that long, Sankyu chuckled. Coming from the guy whose longest relationship was 2 weeks, Kwang Sun chimed in. Sankyu glared at Kwang Sun as Tessa started laughing out loud. When the laughter started dying down, when I got to see you for the first time, I couldn't help but want you. Wait. Oh shit, it's another song. Oh no! Oh! Okay. I know exactly what song this is. This is a song called You by Super Junior. When I got to see you for the first time, I couldn't help but want you, Hyunki randomly sang. Kibon smirked and joined in. Don't look at me like that. I haven't started the game with you yet. Let me read your tarot cards. I will find your perfect match, Bonhwa sang and hit the note perfectly. Wow, I don't know if I can sing it off the top of my head. Yeah, it's really not that bad, but it kind of goes into like a falsetto-y. I don't know. Kwang Sun slightly chuckled and sang the next line. I will make myself be that man, 'cause I can't stop thinking about you, girl. What a good Super Junior song. It came out in 2006, I want to say. So, of course, I would use a Super Junior song, right? Cause I can't stop thinking about you, girl. I'm gonna make you mine, thank you. Sang flawlessly. No, I can't stop thinking about you, girl. I want to have you in my space. I can't remember the dang lyrics off the top of my head, because I keep getting them mixed up. Anyway, Tessa finished off the chorus and sang with a little style. A few seconds later, Yesung had arrived and started clapping. Maybe you guys should be an idol group with how well you guys sing. It's not the first time we've heard that, Kwang-sun shrugged. Yesung then handed out the ice cream and went back to work. Sungkyu kept observing Tessa. So, 6 months, huh? How much longer is it gonna last? He thought as he sipped on his milkshake. Well, that was a fun filler chapter. There was a Donghae moment at the beginning, and then Yesung moment. You sunk my battleship. I think a lot of these seem kind of filler-ish. So... of course, with more K-pop references. Thank you for the fish boxers, Matt. B1, Ita called out. Miss, Tessa bluntly replied. A4. Hit. Ita's expression turned dark. It's funny because B1, A4, B1A4. That is also a K-pop group. If you remember Jin Young from When It Rains, you know, the dude who was supposed to be in like an arranged marriage with Park Tessa or whatever. He is from B1A4. Context. Hit. Ita's expression turned dark. F7. Miss. Tessa smirked. A5. You sunk my battleship! Ituk objected and stood up. Don't you have at least 2 ships left? Tessa asked him. I do, Ituk simply stated as he sat back down. I just wanted to be dramatic. Really, kid? Yes, B1A4. Tessa started laughing. Are you gonna call your next move or what? Ituk stared at her for a few moments before making his move. Q42. That's not even on the fucking battlefield, Tessa glared at him. Can't I just be random for once? Ituk protested. I'm sorry, but your princess is in another castle, Tessa randomly stated. Oh, what in the world is happening? Ituk just stared at her for the longest time. I hate it when you do that. Tessa just smirked back at him and they continued to play their game. It was all going well until... Sexy, free, and single, I'm ready to bingo. He shot Tessa the strangest look, and the latter had an equally strange look. She released a sigh as she answered the phone. What did I say about messing with my phone when I'm not around, Donghae? Well, hello to you too, Donghae blankly replied. Any reason you called? Tessa asked. Ituk was still focused on the game at hand. H1. Tessa shook her head towards Ituk. I was just wondering what you were up to, Donghae answered. Nothing much, really. Just lazing around today, Tessa replied as she mouthed the words E4 to Ituk. Miss, Ituk replied. Sounds like fun, but actually, Unjuk was wanting you to tag along with us for today, if that's okay with you, Donghae said. I don't mind at all. It would actually get me out of here, Tessa trailed off. B7. You motherfucker, Tessa snidely commented towards Ituk, but Donghae heard it through the phone. Excuse me? Donghae asked. Drink. BG reference. Yes. Excuse me? Donghae asked. Not you, Tessa said to Donghae. What'd I do? Ituk innocently asked. You won the fucking game, Tessa glared at Ituk. I wasn't aware that we were playing a game, Donghae said. I wasn't talking to you, Tessa sighed. So when are you gonna take me out on this outing? Just then, the doorbell rang. Tessa hung up and walked over to the door. I still won, you know, Ituk shouted. Tessa rolled her eyes and opened the door. Why did you call my hubby a motherfucker? Anya questioned. Only I can talk dirty to him. Donghae facepalmed. Yuki, she did not call me that. But still, Anya protested. Unaware of game. Let me put on a decent shirt and we can get going, Tessa said as she turned on her heels and went upstairs to her room. Ituk then walked up to Eunhae. Eunhyuk, Donghae, I haven't seen you guys in a while. Likewise, Ituk-hyung, Eunhyuk replied. So what are you planning to do today? Ituk asked. We were just heading to the park and possibly to the karaoke bar. Donghae shrugged. Ituk nodded in response just as Tessa came back downstairs. Alright, but if Tessa... Okay, god damn it. I'm holding Eunhyuk responsible, Ituk said just before they left. What? Eunhyuk's face was priceless as Tessa and Donghae started laughing. Don't worry, we'll have her back without a scratch on her, Donghae promised. Tessa then shot him a funny look. So I'm an object now? Yes, you're my prized possession, Ituk stated proudly as he hugged Tessa from the side. Gee, I feel loved, Tessa sarcastically remarked. Best boy. Yes. Oh, Donghae. Hashtag Donghae did nothing wrong. Let's just get going, Eunhyuk cheerfully shouted as he grabbed Tessa's arm and left. Donghae stayed back a few steps and chuckled to himself. Just before he started walking behind them. Hey, Donghae. Ituk held him back. What is it? Donghae asked. Obviously, he was a little confused. Ituk's expression was a serious one. Just between you and me, I want you to answer me honestly. He then released a sigh. Do you still have feelings for Tessa? Ooh. The cliffhanger. Does he still have feelings for Tessa? I think it's pretty obvious. Oh. I think it is pretty obvious. But, I think that cliffhanger won't get answered for a bit. Because we are on to Ituk's monologue. Oh, hey, never mind. It's right here. Sometimes I'm a little evil with the cliffhangers, but... Oh well, what can you do? It's a harem, of course he does. Yes. Do you still have feelings for Tessa? Ituk asked with a serious expression. Donghae averted his gaze for a little bit before answering. Sadly, I do. But trying to let go seems a little tough for you, huh? Ituk understood his situation. Donghae only nodded in reply, but knowing she's happy, Ituk then smiled. Glad to hear that. He then pushed Donghae towards Eunhyuk and Tessa. Better get going now. Donghae sadly smiled at Ituk before he caught up with Eunhyuk and Tessa. Ituk slightly chuckled as he walked back to the house. Ituk released a sigh when he closed the door. Well, alone at home again. Tessa's out with friends, and Sora's busy for the next 2 days. I have nothing to do. He then grabbed the newspaper and randomly looked through it. He came across an article that seemed to grab his interest. Ituk scoffed. Tessa never told me about this. Moments later, he placed the newspaper? Reading is hard, and I'm doing it for you guys. Newspaper, and randomly looked through it. Oh yeah, never told me about this. He placed the newspaper on the counter and went to go find some food. After finding no food in the fridge and the cabinets, he went into his monologue mode. Tessa's gone. Sora's busy. No food. How does a man survive without his woman and food? Ituk said in a mysterious tone. Should I go to the store now, or wait for Tessa to get home so we can go shopping together? Ituk released yet another sigh. Decisions, decisions. So many of them to make in a lifetime. He then glanced at a picture of Tessa and his Umma from 10 years ago. Umma, I wonder what you're up to right now, if you can hear me. Tell me whether I should go to the store now or wait for Tessa. Newspaper. Yes. Yes. Suddenly something dropped from the counter. Oh. Ituk looked over at what it was and saw that it was his wallet. Well, you've always told me to grow some balls and be a man and go get my own food. He then stared at the wallet for a few moments. But I'm lazy. With that, he lay down on the couch and drifted into a light sleep. So I guess he just never got food. There is supposed to be background music for like this section, but it's fine. It's supposed to be like this like noir, like film noir type music. Ituk was casually sitting at the bar, waiting for the bartender to finish making his drink. So what brings you to this neck of the woods? The bartender asked as she made the drink. Nothing really. Just a strange mystery that I need to take a break from, Ituk coolly replied. The bartender handed him the drink. Hope you don't mind me asking, Ituk she. But what is this mystery? My little sister has been kidnapped and I'm trying to find the kidnapper. And also, why is this all in black and white? Oh. Ituk answered before taking a sip of his drink. I guess we're in a dream sequence, I think. What leads do you have on the kidnapping? The bartender asked. All I know is that she isn't very far from this bar, Ituk replied. The bartender glanced at him in a weird, probably a weird look. I must have missed a word. It was just before another guy came up and sat next to Ituk. So, heard any word from your sister? Ituk. Fish boxers? Fish boxers. Hey there, Blue. How are you doing? You're just in time for a film noir section, I guess. I don't know. But hello, welcome in. Any word from your sister? Ituk shook his head. Not at all, Kangin. How long has she been missing? Kangin asked as he ordered a drink from the bartender. 6 hours, Ituk replied with a mysterious tone. But I know for a fact she's in here. Here as in this bar? Kangin seemed shocked by the information that had just entered his mind. Not too bad, happy to be here to listen on it. Nice, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you are here to relive my cringy teenage years. Ituk nodded as he turned to the bartender. Riddle me this, Yunashi. Oh, the bartender's Yuna. Okay. Did you see a girl about 161 centimeters tall, a little on the chubby side, with anybody about 178 centimeters, has dark spiky hair, and small hands walk into this bar? That was oddly specific, the bartender, whose name was Yuna, muttered before replying. But as a matter of fact, I did see a couple walk in here not too long ago. What does this mean? Kangin asked Ituk. After a moment of thought, it means that he's rescued her. Who is the kidnapper? Yuna asked as curiosity overcame her mind. Ituk then stood up and walked to the foreground as he was about to narrate. Oh, I think I was watching a bunch of Whose Line while writing this chapter. Because this is just like the film noir game in Whose Line. Also, I love watching Whose Line. It's so good. It's so great. I can watch Whose Line like literally all day. I've been keeping this in ever since I stepped foot into the bar. But I knew all along who the kidnapper was. I just wanted to play up the scene a little bit. For as the kidnapper was about to cross paths with us, Ituk then walked back to his seat. That I'm not entirely sure, but I have a feeling he'll be here soon. Just then, a guy with a gloomy aura around him walked up and sat on the other side of Ituk. He looked over at him. Oh, hello, Hyung, he greeted. So, what have you done with my sister? Ituk asked straightforwardly. Someone's already saved her from the darkness of her heart, the guy replied. Ituk, Kangin, and Yuna stared at the guy weirdly. Then that means you weren't able to do so, Kangin muttered. More like he was bested by the other, Ituk corrected. It's not that I'm upset, it's just I really wish I could have done what he did. The guy then released a sigh. As long as she's happy, you should be too, Ituk said. Yuna and Kangin stared at Ituk strangely, but understood he had a good point. Before any of the three could get the mysterious guy's name... Ituk, wake up! Tessa was shaking him vigorously. How long have I been asleep? Etuk asked. You were asleep when I got home, which was about 30 minutes ago, Tessa answered. And since you were asleep, I took the liberty of buying groceries. Damn, I was gonna do that today. Etuk pouted. That apparently didn't go according to plan, Tessa chuckled. Etuk couldn't help but chuckle with her. Now that I think about it, Tessa looked at him and noticed his serious expression. You and Amma are exactly alike. Yes, we get the inner workings of Etuk's mind, I guess. I don't know, as the overprotective big brother. Snowy Wonderland. Oh, that sounds like maybe another dream sequence? I don't know. Maybe. Did I go ham on these dream sequences? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, probably. Yes, another dream sequence. Because it can't get enough. We got an Etuk dream sequence, now we get a Tessa dream sequence. When Tessa opened the door, she was welcomed by a snowy wonderland. She was about to explore the vast area, but all of a sudden, a giant white turtle cautiously walked up to her. Oh, so we're on to giant turtles now? Annyeonghaseyo, the turtle greeted. Tessa bowed her head a little bit. Annyeonghaseyo, she quietly greeted back. What brings you here? The turtle asked. Tessa looked around for a few moments before replying, I'm not sure. Someone has already saved her from the darkness in her heart. Is this Kingdom Hearts now? Hashtag Sora Donald Goofy. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know a thing about Kingdom Hearts. Let me see here. I'm not so sure. So you're a wanderer, the turtle softly said. He then turned around and just stood there. Hop on my back and I'll show you around. Tessa thought about it for a moment. After she decided to go, she climbed on the turtle's back and let it take her around the snowy land. So, how long have you been here? I've been here since the birth of this land, the turtle answered. It's been snowing since day one. I don't have a problem with snow. In fact, I love the snow, Tessa peacefully said. I do too. I mean, I do love the snow. I think I expressed my opinions on snow yesterday. As long as it doesn't cause problems when traversing town. A turtle nodded slightly and kept walking. What is your name? It asked. Park Taesung, Tessa replied. She decided it would be more polite to use her Korean name. Taesung. Charming name for a charming lady, the turtle said. Hello, Matthew. Welcome in. We're just reading a dream sequence. And reliving my cringy teenage years. Charming name for a charming lady, the turtle said. I'm not charming, Tessa modestly replied. The prince was right. You are pretty modest, the turtle said. Prince? Tessa seemed confused. Yes, there is a prince to this land. That's where I'm taking you to, the turtle replied. What's he like? Tessa asked as she looked at the snow falling around her. Nani? Nani? Thanks, dear. Nani, what's going on? A giant turtle in the snow. What's he like? Tessa asked as she looked at the snow falling around her. The turtle chuckled a little. He's a one of a kind. He can be weird at times, but he's only trying to look out for people he cares about. Tessa seemed more interested in this prince. Could you tell me more? Tessa certainly. Oh, certainly, Taesung-shi. The turtle nodded. The prince tends to be a perfectionist at times. He also is a little quiet when you first meet him, but he just loves to talk. The prince is very sensitive, though. His health isn't the best, but he just needs something to keep him going. Does he have somebody he loves? Tessa asked with genuine curiosity. Indeed he does, the turtle replied. Then she must be special if the prince loves her, Tessa said as she kept looking at the snow. She is very special, but she herself does not know this, the turtle mysteriously said. And why not? Tessa asked, but then the turtle suddenly stopped in front of a white castle. Why don't you see for yourself, the turtle said, as Tessa gently got off its back and walked up to the huge doors. As the doors opened, there was a cute-looking guy that stood before her. Oh, cute-looking guy, huh? His expression seemed to be one of relief. Princess, you finally returned. Princess? Tessa was now royally confused. Pun unintentional. Yes, Princess. The prince would be pleased to see you, the guy said before grabbing her wrist and dragging her deeper into the castle. Who are you? Tessa asked. I'm the prince's brother, Kim Yoruk. Yoruk smiled. I see where this is going. Tessa was about to ask another question, but she was suddenly pushed forward. She was lucky she didn't trip on anything, but when she looked up... Princess? I take it you're the prince, Tessa softly said, as her eyes were on the prince the whole time. The prince nodded. And I take it you don't know that you are my princess. I wasn't even aware I was a princess, Tessa replied. The prince smiled and took Tessa's hand. Would you like for me to prove you're my princess? What did I do? How? Tessa asked with a confused expression. You always were pretty oblivious, the prince chuckled before he connected their lips in a chaste kiss. The fluff. It's so fluffy. Jongwon, Tessa softly called out. Jongwon didn't say another word. Jongwon is Ye-sung's real name, by the way. It was mentioned in, but anyway. It's same guy. It's still Ye-sung. Okay. Jongwon didn't say another word, but instead he wrapped his arms around her in a heartwarming hug. Tessa, on instinct, hugged her back. Tessa, a voice echoed through the castle. Tessa, it's time to wake up. Tessa, wake up. Tessa opened her eyes to find Ye-sung staring right at her. Of course, right? She stared at him for quite a while before even making a move to get up. What time is it? She sleepily asked. Hashtag no sexy time. Yes, no sexy time. I don't think there's any more, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm going in this blind. 2:15 p.m., Ye-sung bluntly answered. Tessa wasn't feeling fully awake as she kept staring at Ye-sung. Yes, Ye-sung kept staring back at her with the same blank expression until he decided to lean in and kiss her. Ah! That definitely woke Tessa up. I'll see you downstairs, Ye-sung simply said, and left Tessa's room. Tessa just stared at her door for a while before getting up. She just aimlessly walked downstairs, still feeling half asleep. As she was walking to the kitchen, she lazily wrapped her arms around Ye-sung. Aw, how cute. You managed to wake up the beast? Ye-sung, you have earned my respect, he joked as he poured a glass of soda. Tessa glared at Ituk for that comment. I feel honored, Ituk Young, but it did seem that she was having a good dream, though. As a matter of fact, I was, Tessa pouted. Ituk then left the room because he knew that Ye-sung was going to ask what Ye-sung was going to ask, and he didn't want to ruin their moment. Ye-sung noticed this and decided to ask, what was your dream about? Tessa then thought back to her dream. Well, I was wandering in a vast snowy area until a giant white turtle came up to me. A giant white turtle? Ye-sung asked slowly. Tessa nodded. He pretty much carried me all over the snowy wonderland and talked about the prince. He said the prince was someone who can be weird at times, but he's only trying to look out for other people he cares about. Ye-sung did a double take. So, did you find out who the prince was? Well, I didn't find out until the turtle brought me to a white castle. And that's where I figured out who the prince was, and he claimed that I was his princess, Tessa said as she hugged Ye-sung tighter. What was his name? He asked, as he probably already knew the answer. Jongwon, Tessa smiled and kissed his cheek. Aw, how cute. She then got up and looked in the fridge for something to eat. Yes, I couldn't help but crack a smile. You are one unbelievable girl, you know that? He muttered quietly so Tessa wouldn't hear. Although she heard what he said, she pretended she didn't. She couldn't help but smile as well. And as weird as you are, I'm glad I'm yours. Aw, the fluff. Gotta love the fluff. Oh, the birthday chapter. It's the birthday chapter. Happy birthday! At birth. It's funny because a friend of mine's birthday is today. And I did text him happy birthday earlier today. So, yeah. I don't think he watches the stream at all, though. So, anyway. What time is it? Kangin asked Ituk as they were outside Tessa's door. Ituk looked at the clock on the table. It's 6:30 a.m. Are you sure this is a good idea? Kangin asked curiously. Oh, I love those emotes. I love those emotes, Blue. Those are cute. Are you sure this is a good idea? Kangin asked cautiously. I'm 100% positive it isn't, Ituk said with confidence. Because you have unconditional love for me? Ituk tried. Kangin just shook his head at Ituk and watched him open Tessa's door. The two of them carefully walked in Tessa's bed. Ituk poked Tessa, who was dead asleep, in an attempt to wake her up. I'm telling you, you better have your will written. Kangin tried to warn Ituk. Ituk ignored Kangin's warning and kept poking Tessa. Tessa, ya, wakey wakey. Shut the fuck up, Tessa mumbled in her sleep. I don't want to go with the What kind of dream? What? Your sister has the strangest dreams, Kangin commented. You bring the ammo? Ituk asked, like he was a super spy. If by ammo you mean water, then yes, I do have it, Kangin replied as he handed Ituk the bottle of water. When Ituk took a swig of water, Kangin knew where he was going with this. By this time, Tessa had woken up slightly and sat up. Hey, what's going on? Before she finished her question, Ituk had spit water in her face. Kangin had an oh shit face when he saw the scene. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. But I mean, dreams are weird. Everyone has weird dreams sometimes, I guess. Kangin had an oh shit face when he saw the scene. After Tessa wiped her face, she looked at Ituk with glaring eyes. Morning, sunshine, Ituk smiled like nothing was wrong. Tessa just stared back at him for a few moments. I suppose you had a death wish before attempting to wake me up. I tried to warn him, Kangin defended himself. I know you did. Tessa said softly towards Kangin. Ituk, she said in an evil tone. Yes, sister dear? Ituk asked with a sugar-sweet smile. Without another word, Tessa tackled Ituk and pretty much made him eat the carpet. Oh, okay. So tackle him to the floor. Cool. After putting his arm around his back, she bent down to his ear. You're lucky today is my birthday. And because it's my birthday, I'm sparing your life. Kangin just stared at him. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you two were a couple. But that'd be incest. Tessa looked up at him, still keeping Ituk to the floor. Kangin threw his hands up in defense. I'm just saying, you guys are really close. Tessa then released a sigh and got off Ituk. Well, I'm going to take a shower now. No point in going back to sleep now. Breakfast will be ready when you come down, Ituk smiled as he dragged Kangin out of her room. Incest. It's a trap. Oh, man. Hashtag brother love. Oh, goodness. I mean, again, I have had a brother who practiced MMA moves on me, so... Yeah. Loving the emotes. Love it. After breakfast that morning, Ituk took Tessa out of town for a little bit. Before they left, Ituk sent a text to Yesung saying, I've got her out of the house. Time to work your magic. Oh, surprise party maybe? The first stop Ituk took was to the golf course. The golf course? Tessa seemed surprised, but in shock. Don't worry, I brought the clubs, Ituk smiled. Tessa chuckled. Yeah, but you suck at golf. True, but that doesn't mean I can't utilize my fail to spend time with my little sister, Ituk proudly stated. Do you Tessa smiled. Do you prepare these lines in advance, or do they just roll off the tongue? Ituk only smiled in reply to her question as they walked in the clubhouse and got checked in. As they got started, the two were firing jokes and insults at each other like crazy. Every time Tessa would hit a crappy shot, Ituk would jokingly say, "Happy birthday" to her. Okay, that, the little, you hit a crappy shot and say, "Happy birthday," that did happen. It was my mom's birthday, like years and years ago. We all went out golfing. And every time my mom hit a bad shot, me and my sister would say, "Happy birthday" to her. So I kind of took that. The two would just joke with each other while they were golfing. Just when they got done, Ituk received a text from Yaesung. Decorations are set. Now we're waiting on the food and cake. Yaesung. So, where do you want to go now? Ituk asked as they got in the car. It doesn't really matter, Tessa shrugged. It's your fucking birthday and you don't care where you get to go? Ituk stared at her like she was an alien. Tessa just shrugged. Alright, let's go to the ice cream shop on 3rd Street. Isn't that place practically abandoned? Ituk seemed surprised at her request. Yeah, but the workers are pretty friendly. And their chocolate melts are to die for. I mean, I would say ice cream sounds really good, but it's supposed to get really cold the next couple of days. Like, single digits cold. Does reply with a dreamy smile on her face. Ituk didn't question her anymore and started driving back to town. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at the ice cream shop. When they stepped in the door, "Sungyoshi!" Tessa shouted. Yeah, I can tell you were already here. No need to shout, Sungyu glared at Tessa. Hey, it's my birthday. I can shout whenever I want. Tessa crossed her arms and pouted. Don't even think about saying anything else, otherwise she'll only debate with you more, Ituk told Sungyu. I would imagine. And you are? I'm Ituk, Tessa's fiancé. Ituk smiled as he put her arm around Tessa. The look on Sungyu's face was priceless. Yeah, Ituk, that's not right at all, Tessa smacked Ituk's arm. She then turned to Sungyu. Don't listen to him. He's just my idiotic older brother. Sungyu released a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he scared me for a second. That does kind of remind me of a time, me and my husband and our oldest daughter at the time, she was maybe like 4 or 5, maybe. We were out shopping to get her a new pair of boots, or, getting him a pair of boots. And the worker legitimately thought we were all siblings. I mean, I've heard of siblings getting mistaken as married couples all the time, but me and my husband and our daughter were all mistaken as siblings. And, no, we were the parents and that was our daughter. So that was a fun time. Thank goodness you scared me for a second. Tessa? They turned to look to where the voice came from, and Tessa was a little surprised. Hi, Woohyun. Woohyun sadly smiled. It's been a while since we've talked to each other. It has, Tessa nodded. Well, since I've ran into you two here, whatever you guys get, it's my treat. Woohyun then showed a genuine smile. Oh, you don't have to. Stop denying stuff on your birthday, you little squirt, Ituk said as he rubbed her head and messed up her hair. Tessa just pouted as Woohyun laughed. Just order and I'll pay for everything. Ituk then told Woohyun what they wanted and went to find a table. Woohyun joined him moments later. So, who are you to Tessa? Ituk asked. Tessa smacked Ituk's arm. He's just a friend, Ituk. And might I ask the same question to you? Woohyun fired back at Ituk. Ituk smirked. I'm her fiancé and I'll castrate you. Tessa said with a voice filled with venom. Oh, sibling banter, I guess. I don't know. After a small pause and looking at Ituk's face, you're siblings, aren't you? Woohyun figured it out. Hey, he's not so dumb after all, I guess. Yes, and I'm the sexier of the two. Ituk flipped a switch and smirked. Yeah, right. Tessa scoffed. Woohyun started laughing at their antics, but then remembered something. Tessa? Tessa replied as she blocked Ituk's face. About what happened that night, Woohyun nervously started. It's okay. I honestly think everyone had a fault in that whole shenanigan. Tessa stated her honest opinion. So, are we good now? Woohyun asked with hopeful eyes. Tessa smiled. Yeah, we're good. Yay! Communication is so important. And a lot of stories I have read have a huge lack of communication. So, I don't know. It was now about 3 p.m. and Tessa and Ituk now arrived back home. Tessa was greeted with a huge surprise, seeing all of her friends and family there. Tessa was so moved, she was brought to tears. Dongwoo then shook her vigorously. It's your birthday, how are you crying? He dramatically asked. Dongwoo. Tessa grabbed both sides of his face to look at him square in the eye. Calm the fuck down. I'm just shocked by all my friends and family are here. Anyways, Dongwoo interrupted. Let's get this party started. Party. Even though my birthday's not until another 7 months. With that being said, they got the party started. Music started playing and people started dancing. And cake was eaten. The party went on for hours until people got tired. It was now 8:32 p.m. and Tessa and Ituk evacuated pretty much everybody except for one. Lack of communication is normally a story's favorite plot point, yes. It's so irritating at times. Let's see. Ituk walked over to Yaesung. She's had a pretty amazing day so far. Only you can put the icing on the cake. And then he started cleaning up the living room. Tessa started walking outside, bringing Yaesung along with her. She then took him under the big tree in the backyard. Happy birthday, Tessa, Yaesung told her as she turned to face him. Gomawo, Tessa smiled as she gently kissed him. Aww. She then sat down with her back leaning on the tree, and Yaesung sat down next to her. So, did you have a good day? I think good is an understatement, Tessa softly chuckled. Hashtag no sexy cake. No sexy cake. None. Nope. Oh, nope. Glad you think so, Yaesung chuckled as well. Tessa then released a sigh. You know, she started, there's a lot you know about me, but there's still things I don't know about you. I know how to fix that, Yaesung said. Ask me anything. Okay. Tessa then thought of a question. What were you like as a kid? Well, I was a pretty weird child, Yaesung started. How weird? Tessa seemed curious. Yaesung then thought for a moment. I wasn't weird enough to lose my sanity. If I was that weird, I probably wouldn't be talking to you right now. Alright. Tessa nodded. How many girlfriends have you had before me? Yaesung tried to think back. 2 or 3? Why or 3? Tessa asked. One of them doesn't really count since I was just helping a friend get rid of a clingy ex, Yaesung replied. Now it makes sense. Tessa then started to think of another question. Anything else? Yaesung asked as she snuggled closer to him. When did you start singing? Tessa asked. As long as I can remember, Yaesung answered. Since I come from a family of singers. I never knew that, Tessa mumbled. Is there anything else you want to know? Yaesung then asked as he looked down at her. There was a small moment of silence. Nope, Tessa simply replied as she thought about it for a second. But is there anything you don't know about me? There is actually something, but I'd rather save it until later. Yaesung replied as he looked up into the night sky. Tessa also looked up into the night sky. As a tear escaped her eye, she thought about her Oma. Aww. Yaesung noticed this and wiped her tears. Happy birthday, Tessa, he quietly told her before kissing her. Aww. More fluff. Happy birthday. We got the birthday chapter out of the way. Aww. Dear Oma. I think this is gonna be a little, you know, kind of sappy, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of remembering this the more we read. The next day, when Tessa woke up, she went straight to her desk, got a piece of paper, and started writing. Dear Amma, I had a pretty fun birthday yesterday. I wish you were here to celebrate with all of us. Even though I was brutally woken up early in the morning, I felt pretty hyper all day. Ituk took me out golfing, in which he sucked balls at, and later took me to a deserted ice cream shop. While we were there, we ran into Woohyun. Remember Woohyun from the last letter I wrote? Well, something had happened a few weeks ago that almost ruined our friendship, but I believe everything is patched up now. But who knows, really? I'm not sure if Ituk has told you this, but he's got a girlfriend. And she isn't weird. Her name is Kang Sora, and she's actually nice to me, unlike Ituk's past girlfriends. Plus, she actually treats me like a human being. What a shock, right? At least Ituk is happy now, and that's all I care about. I got lots of gifts since we had a lot of people over. Most of them were gift cards, but Donghae and Yaesung got me something other than that. Donghae got me a new stereo for my room. How he knew I needed a new one, I do not know. Yaesung didn't get me an object. Instead, he sang for me in front of everybody. I was so touched that I actually cried. Hashtag Sora Double Goofy. Every time. He really is the only other person, other than Ituk, that can move me to tears. I know I've said this many times before, but I hope you can meet Yaesung. He's a real sweetheart, and I know you'll like him. Maybe on your birthday? It's not very far away, come to think of it. I'll do just that. You'll get to meet him on your birthday. A question I've wanted to ask. Are you happy? I mean, with Ituk and I. It's been a little rough for the both of us since you passed away. But when the going gets rough, we always thought of you. As of now, I'm learning to lean on others when I need it, especially with Yaesung. He's always getting me to open up towards him, and he's always helping me learn to lean on others. I guess you can say he's influenced me a lot since I've met him. Well, I'll talk to you, and you'll meet Yaesung. Annyeong! Tessa released a sigh and wiped the tears away. She got up and went downstairs to get something to drink. Oh man. That was sweet. That was sweet. While Tessa was in the living room, Ituk decided it would be a good idea to snoop in her room a bit. As he was looking through her room, he noticed the letter on her desk. He picked it up and read it to himself and couldn't help but smile and tear up. He then placed the letter back on the desk and started looking around for more stuff. He found a whole bunch of pictures from the past year. Ituk couldn't help but smile at the picture of Tessa, Yaesung, and Donghae from when Tessa performed with her dance crew. She still has that picture? Ituk said to himself. He then found more pictures of her and some other people. A picture of Tessa and Yaesung caught his eye as he grabbed it off the wall. But what was more surprising was a small hole behind the picture of a bag of candy. Ituk's jaw dropped. Park Tae-sung! Footsteps were clearly heard and got louder as Tessa got to her room. Yes, lovely brother of mine? She asked with a sugar-sweet smile. Did you steal my candy stash? Ituk asked as he glared at his little sister. What are you talking about? Tessa was clearly lying. Ituk grabbed the bag of candy and shoved it in her face. This is my candy stash. And? Tessa raised a brow. Why was it in your room? Ituk asked, and still kept a solid glare on her. I was saving you from yourself, Tessa said. It sounded blunt, but there was some seriousness in her tone. Ituk then pouted. But it was my candy. Tessa grabbed his face, looking straight in the eyes. You become a beast with too much sugar. It's like World War III. Ituk just blankly stared at her for about a minute. He then released a sigh. No wonder you're my sister. He then engulfed her in a bone-crushing hug. Tessa awkwardly patted his back. No wonder you're my brother. By the way, Yesung should be here momentarily, Ituk mentioned as he playfully pushed Tessa out of her room. As if Ituk called it, Yesung had walked in the house when Ituk had pushed Tessa down the stairs. Love you too, Tessa sarcastically shouted at Ituk before he disappeared down the hallway. Hashtag sugar beast. Hashtag World War III. Yes. I don't want to know. Yesung shook his head. Tessa chuckled softly, but then remembered something. I'd like you to meet someone. Yesung tilted his head a little, but complied when Tessa put on her shoes and started walking out the door. So, who am I meeting? Yesung asked as they started walking. Someone special, Tessa simply replied as she grabbed Yesung's hand and laced their fingers together. Yesung decided not to ask any more questions and let her lead him. After a few minutes, they had arrived at their destination. A cemetery? What are we? Yesung thought as he looked around a little. Tessa just kept leading him to a certain area. After arriving, Tessa sat down next to one particular gravestone. Yesung then sat down next to her and waited for Tessa to speak. Yesung, meet Jang Isung, or rather, my Amma. Aww. Yay. What a moment. What a moment. Hashtag not my candy. Hashtag not my candy. Never not your candy. Oh, we get a Yesung point of view. Okay, let me get a drink real quick. Because my throat hurts a little bit. Yesung, meet Jang Isung, or rather, my Amma. Tessa softly said with a small smile. So, she wanted me to meet her Amma? I slightly bowed my head to the gravestone. 안녕하세요, 김정은입니다. But most people call me Yesung. Oh. Amma, I'm pretty sure you know Yesung from what I told you, but I really wanted you to meet him, Tessa said. He may seem very cold and distant, but really this guy can talk for hours if you get him on a good subject. I couldn't help but smile. How does she know me that well? She really is an observant person. She then started talking about us and a lot of things that have happened with ease. While she was talking, I couldn't help notice that she was tearing up a little. On instinct, I wrapped an arm around her shoulder in hopes to make her feel at ease. Tessa seemed to be a little out of words, so I decided to speak up. Isung-shi, I know this isn't really the best circumstances to meet, but... Then I looked over at Tessa. I can tell that your daughter is more than happy to introduce me to you. And it's not just me taking care of her. My family has treated her like one of their own. I then smiled. I really wish I could have gotten to know you. From what Tessa said, you were a great person. And one thing that I hope for, Tessa started, is for you to watch over Yesung as well. We then stood up, and before we left, bye, Oma, Tessa softly said. I can tell she was about to cry. The moment we stepped out of the cemetery, I said no words, but just hugged her because I knew she needed it. Komawo, Tessa mumbled. No, thank you for giving me a chance to get to know you. I smiled as we started on our way to my house. The walk was a little quiet, but it was more peaceful than anything. I really wonder what her Oma was like. From all I've heard, Tessa and her Oma are a lot alike. That may seem scary, but I think it's a good thing considering me and my Oma are alike in some ways. Come to think of it, my Oma does treat Tessa like a daughter. Maybe because she doesn't have her own daughter? Who knows? But I know she loves Tessa more than my past girlfriends. I really don't want to think about that. Moments later, we arrived at my house, but we were in for a surprise when we walked in the door. Great job there, Yodok. You just made me a little worried. Yodok, what's he doing? What's Yodok doing? What's he doing? Oh no, I remember this scene now. Oh no. To explain, Yodok is walking around without a shirt. And he fucking knew I was bringing Tessa over. Damn him. Hi guys. Yodok smiled like nothing was wrong. Hi Wookie. Tessa greeted with a smile and walked further into the house. How the hell is she not affected by him? I brushed away the thought for a moment as I made my way to the kitchen. Any particular reason why you're shirtless? I bluntly asked Yodok as I looked for something to drink. Yodok shook his head. Nope. I shot him a strange look. You didn't know I was bringing Tessa over. I know, Yodok replied. Cheeky little sibling antics, I think. Knew it. You decided to walk around the house. When Tessa comes over? I slowly asked just to make sure about his weird intentions. That's exactly right, Yodok nodded. I can hear Tessa laughing in the background. You are the strangest little brother, I sighed. Well, you're lucky to have a little brother, Tessa said, through her laughter. That's the wrong through. But I can tell I could tell where she was coming from. I really didn't want to deal with any more of Wookie's antics, so I just grabbed a couple of drinks and took Tessa upstairs to my room. Sorry about Yodok. I don't know what's gotten into him. I apologized when I closed the door. Tessa let out a small laugh. It's fine. He does look pretty hot, though. She then got up and walked towards me. Oh, shit. But I think you look sexier. God damn it. Ugh. No. I hate it when she does this to me. She then stepped on her tippy toes and softly placed her lips on mine. She's so cute. I decided to tease her by patting her head. So short. Yeah, she pouted and pushed me. All I did was laugh at her, and I could already tell this was going to be a good day. Okay, that ended a lot more lighthearted than I thought. Hashtag no sexy time. Yep, no sexy time. No sexy time. There will be none. Later that night, Tessa was strolling through the park, minding her own business, when all of a sudden she heard some music. She then followed the sound and noticed a small stage where Dongie was dancing. Oh, so Dongie's randomly dancing in the park. I mean, I wasn't really randomly. I've done that before. When I went to New York City and danced in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, I danced in the park to raise money to do that. So I have danced in the park before. Any particular reason why you're dancing in the park? Tessa asked as she stepped towards him. Dongie seemed to be startled by her appearance. Nope, he simply replied. So basically you're just dancing in the park for the sake of dancing in the park. Tessa tried to understand her own language. That's exactly right, Dongie nodded. Suddenly, a familiar song started playing. Tessa chuckled as she recognized the song. Do you still remember this dance? Why wouldn't I? Dongie smiled as he helped her on the stage. Since Eunhyuk was nowhere to be found, Tessa decided to dance his parts. As soon as the two got into their dance mode, they couldn't care if there were 400 or 400 people were watching them. After the song was over, they suddenly realized they drew in a big crowd when they applauded them. Tessa and Dongie bowed to the crowd to show their appreciation. Then the song Gangnam Style started playing and everyone that was there started cheering loudly. I guess you can tell when this was written. This was, I think that Happy Birthday Happy Birthday chapter was posted on my birthday, I think, which was July 18th. Gangnam Style came out July 16th in 2012. So I guess you can tell this was written about, I think about July 2012, I think, when this was written. So this is why Dancing in the Park is relevant, because that's when I did that. Tessa and Dongie complied and started dancing randomly. It finally appears! Yes. Complied and started dancing randomly until it came to the chorus. Some other people knew the dance and hopped on stage and joined them. For once, out of the whole summer, Dongie felt happy. He started to enjoy himself a little bit more. Was it because he was dancing with Tessa, or was it because of something else? Fun fact. Well, a couple of fun facts. With Gangnam Style, you know, that song just took off. In October in 2012, there was a neighboring town that was holding like a Gangnam Style flash mob competition, and the prize was like $100. And they got like a little thing in the newspaper. And I won that contest with ease because, like, hey, $100 is the prize. We can put that towards me going to New York. And so we made the whole story out of it. But then, homecoming, I managed to convince the school, to people who wanted to do it. I learned the entire dance of Gangnam Style. And I taught it to the dance team and a group of guys, and we performed it at our homecoming pep rally. I'm still impressed we managed to do that. That is one of my crowning achievements in high school, I think. That I managed to convince my dance coach and the school, because I sent out like a mass email to the students. It's like, hey, we're planning on doing this. If you want in on it, let me know. We got a pretty good group of guys together. So anyway, meanwhile, Yusung and Yodok were walking home from the store and happened to walk by the park while Tessa and Donghae were dancing. Yodok shot Yesung a suspicious look. Are you even the least bit jealous? To be honest, Yesung started. Not really. Why? Yodok instantly asked back. Yesung looked at him with an "Are you serious?" look. All she's doing is doing what she loves to do with someone who also does what she loves. And they're both having fun out there, and why would I be jealous of what makes Tessa genuinely smile like that? Yodok just stared at him. He started slowly shaking his head. Even though you are my brother, sometimes I just don't understand you. So Yesung's not remotely jealous of Donghae, seems like. Okay. Maybe that's a lie. Oh, hey, we're back to school now. We are back to school. So summer vacation is over. Damn. Of course, the first words are stupid fucking school. Stupid fucking school. Why can't you start back up later? Tessa mumbled as she skateboarded to school. She managed to catch up with Yuna on her way. You don't look so good, Yuna commented. I hate school, Tessa replied. Of course you do, Yuna chuckled. Come to think of it, I barely saw you all summer. The only time I did get to see you was for my birthday, Tessa complained. Family vacation, Yuna instantly replied. Just in case you thought I was antisocial the whole summer. Damn, I thought you were being antisocial, Tessa playfully shook her head in disappointment. Hey, is that Park Tessa and Yuna? Tessa and Yuna shot each other a look of fear. Run! Of course, the fanboys, am I right? Yuna hopped on Tessa's back as Tessa started skateboarding away to the school. Can we take the shortcut? Yuna asked. Let's go for it. Tessa nodded as she headed over in that direction. The two started going full speed through an alleyway. Tessa started getting a feeling of deja vu and headed down that path. Yuna then looked a little ahead and noticed a strange wire. Tessa, watch out, she warned. Tessa had delayed reaction to her warning and ended up catching the wire on her foot and tripped a ways. Wow, we actually caught them, they heard a guy's voice. Quick, let's carry them to school so we can show the world that we rescued 2 princesses, another guy spoke up. Kai? No one would believe that, the third guy directed to the second guy. Not my fault, Baekhyun. Oh hey, we're introducing EXO here because 2012. EXO debuted in 2012. So my knowledge of groups just keeps expanding. Shut up, both of you, and let's carry these 2 to school before they leave. The first guy smacked the 2 guys upside the head. Yes, Suho. Kai and Baekhyun replied as they both carried Tessa and Yuna over their shoulders respectively. What the fuck is this shit? Tessa protested as she started hitting Kai's back. Kai never answered, but he just kept carrying her to the school. Great way to start the new semester, she sarcastically thought. Yay, more characters get introduced. What? Tessa bluntly said as Mr. Shim told them about their latest project. Ooh, what's the project? That's right, we're coming with singing and dancing classes. We're combining with the singing and dancing classes, and you guys will be performing your songs in 2 weeks. Yay. Are you gonna let us pick the groups, or have you decided the groups already? Eunhyuk asked. The groups were already predetermined before the semester even started, Mr. Shim said. Are you gonna tell us who the groups are? Mino asked. I was getting to that, Mr. Shim sighed. He then went around the room and handed everybody papers. Tessa glared at the paper as if she was trying to burn the thing. Oh, what's going on? What's happening? Something's happening. What's with you? Eunhyuk asked. I'm stuck with people I don't even know go to this school. Oh, more new characters. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Eunhyuk tried to be optimistic. Tessa then glanced over his paper. You got put with your fucking friends. Not fair. I didn't do this shit, Eunhyuk defended. Before Tessa could punch Eunhyuk in the face, a guy walked up to the table. You're Park Tessa, right? Tessa looked up at him. And you're Sungjin. Nice to meet you. Tessa wore a smile and Eunhyuk stared at her strangely. I don't think Sungjin is anybody. I think he was just a character I created for this, I think. How can you smile? Oh. Nice to meet you, Tessa wore a smile, and Eunhyuk stared at her strangely. How can you smile when you were just about to kill me? Eunhyuk objected. Ignoring the monkey man, Tessa pushed Eunhyuk's face away from her. Do you know anything about the song we're doing? Yes, and I have the perfect idea for it, Sungjin replied. Well, how about we hit up the other people in our group at lunch and discuss the idea, Tessa suggested. All right, well, I already know the others in our group, so it'll be a piece of cake, Sungjin smiled. Yep, these are just a made-up group I've got. I see you, Matthew. I love the emotes. I love them. Later at lunch, Tessa and Sungjin had rounded up their group and started to discuss their plans for performance. My question is, who is taking what part? Tessa asked. I'll take the singing part, the nerdy-looking guy, Kyujun, said. You are from the singing class, so it makes sense, Tessa nodded. I'll take the first part of the first verse, a seemingly lazy guy, Hwangjae declared. And I'll take the second part of the verses, Sungjin nodded to himself, and that leaves you with the beginning of the second verse. Alright, then I want to take the bridge too. Fine by us, but what about the choreography? Oh, I think I remember what song I used here. I think I remember. I remember using this song in one story, and I couldn't remember which one it was, but now I do. I'll take the bridge too. Fine by us. What about the choreography? Don't worry about that, Tessa smirked. I'll take care of that part. The guy stared at her weirdly, but shook it off. So, how are you guys today? Kyujun asked after the awkward silence. I'm feeling okay, Sungjin replied. Same, Hwangjae bluntly replied. I would have been the same except for the fact that I was practically kidnapped this morning, Tessa bitterly stated. Didn't Kai carry you through the door and all the way to your first hour? Hwangjae started to laugh at the memory. Tessa then reached over and grabbed the collar of his shirt. You thought that shit was funny? The rest of the guys started laughing at the two. So how about after school today? We can get started rehearsing the parts, Sungjin suggested. Well, I think we know who the leader of this operation is, Hwangjae sarcastically said, despite Tessa threatening to punch him in the face. When Tessa was about to flip Hwangjae over the table, someone picked her up and held her at a distance. What the hell? Tessa shouted. Calm down, Tessa, Isung calmly told her. Tessa just pouted, while some of the others were amazed at how Yesung calmed her down. Yesung then gently put her down and walked away. How the hell did he do that? Kyujun seemed shocked. Tessa only shrugged and got out her DS and started playing to pass the time. I did do that in school a couple of times. Not like in classes, but like I brought my DS, you know, on like road trips, you know, for like golf meets or whatever. Frozen in time. Again, excuse the sniffliness of myself. Okay. I'm gonna grab another drink real quick. Okay, one more time from the top and we can go home. Tessa instructed as she grabbed the remote to the stereo. Is there any parts you want to go over before we go with music? Kyujin asked. Tessa then thought for a moment. Just remember not to run into each other on the chorus. Hwang Jae, remember right after my part you have to be there to flip me. And I think that does it. So let's get to it. With that being said, Tessa hit play on the remote and tossed it in some random direction. The music started playing and all four of them flipped the switch and all went in on the last rehearsal. After the song ended and they hit their final pose, they all started cheering on a job well done. And that's a wrap, Sung Jin sighed and went over to chug down his water. I think we're getting an A+, Hwang Jae cheered. I don't think we're getting an A+, Tessa spoke up, which the others shot her a strange look. I know we're getting an A+, she smirked. You scared me there, Nuna, Kyujin sighed. Nuna? Tessa cocked a brow. You're older than me by a year, Kyujin clarified. Never knew that. Tessa seemed surprised, but never showed it. Well, Sungjin spoke up, tomorrow's the performance. I think we should go home and rest up. There are a lot of physical work in this routine, and I don't want anybody getting hurt, Tessa suggested. But first, we should get our wardrobe set, Hwang Jae said as he dragged the others to the nearest clothing store. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Kyujin asked as Hwang Jae was looking for outfits. Of course I do. I'm not in the advanced fashion for nothing. Hwang Jae held out a peace sign. Tessa just sat back and laughed to herself as she watched the scene. She then started looking around to find herself an outfit. She kind of lost herself in her thoughts when all of a sudden someone shoved an outfit in her face. Try this on, Hwang Jae said as he shoved her into the changing room. Tessa rolled her eyes and reluctantly tried on the outfit. Well, this is a new experience for me, she inwardly smiled. Wonder what the outfit is. I think I kind of have an idea, but I also don't remember. When Tessa arrived at home, she noticed that Ituk wasn't home. She assumed he went to the store or something. After she got changed to comfortable clothes, she decided to head downstairs and just walk through a few routines. After about 15 minutes, she heard the doorbell ring. She quickly paused the music and hurried to the front door. Just as she opened the door, she felt her knee wobble and fell. The door opened just enough for Dongi to see that she fell and caught her just in time. Oh, shoot. Oh no, I know what happens here. I know what happens here. Oh no. Still the same klutz, he chuckled as he helped her up. Yeah, shut up, Tessa glared at him. For the record, my knee bent in a funny way. And I mean, that does happen sometimes. You get the knee wobblies, and you just kind of fall over sometimes. I have returned right on time. Yes, you're right on time. Something's about to happen. I know it. Dongi seemed a little worried and carried her to the kitchen counter. After he set her on the counter, he went to find a first aid kit. Tessa chuckled slightly. You're not going to find it. If you tell me where it is, then we might not have that problem, Dongi retorted. It's in Ituk's room, Tessa said. Dongi then made a mad dash to Ituk's room. About 2 minutes later, he came back with the first aid kit and breathing heavily. My god, what the hell is in that room? Hashtag bridal carry, yes. I do not know. That's why I never go in his room, Tessa said as Dongi started looking at her knee. Wait, was this the knee you hurt from months ago? Dongi asked. Yep, Tessa shyly replied. Donghae then proceeded to put some ointment on her knee. Your knee feeling any better? A little bit, Tessa softly replied. It then got a little quiet between the two. Donghae seemed to be a little lost in his own world as he kept staring at Tessa. The latter seemed to be a smidge confused about his stares, but when he started leaning in... Normally, Tessa's first instinct is to push him away, but something was telling her not to. Tessa then stayed frozen, unable to do anything to push him away. Why can't I push him away? She thought, just as Donghae softly placed his lips on hers. Ah! Yep, that happened. Hashtag best boy. Tessa was still frozen on the spot with so many thoughts rushed through her mind. When Donghae pulled back a little, he just studied Tessa's expression. All he could tell was she was feeling... All he can tell was she was feeling... What she was feeling were a mix of fear and confusion. Donghae then snapped back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh. Miyane, I don't know what came over me. He then ran as fast as he could out the door. What the fuck just happened? Tessa asked herself moments after she heard the door close. For some odd reason, she started tearing up. No! 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 Oh no! 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 Welp. Yep, that happened. A little later that day, Yituk had returned home and surprisingly he had ran into Yaesung at the grocery store. Tessa, I'm home! Yituk shouted. Silence. Tessa, I said I'm home! Yituk shouted again. More silence. Is she even home? Hashtag they felt it in their jellies. I mean, you gotta feel it in your jellies. Is she even home? Yaesung asked. Yeah, she texted me while I was at the store, saying she got home safely. Yituk seemed suspicious. After the two put the groceries away, they went up to Tessa's room. Yaesung knocked on the door. Tessa, are you okay? Nothing. Tessa? Yaesung started to get a little worried. Tessa, if you don't answer us, we're going to bust the door down. Yituk seemed a little irritated and just kicked the door open. To both of their surprises, Tessa was nowhere to be found. What's going on? Yaesung muttered. Yituk looked around her room for a moment until he saw the open window. He sighed upon seeing that. Damn that girl. What happened? Yaesung asked. She always does this when she's confused about something, Yituk started. She normally runs away when something like this happens. She'll just go to either someone she trusts or somewhere on her own. Yaesung understood what he meant. I wonder what's confused her all so suddenly. It's not like, this person who she is close to, who, she knows has feelings for her, just suddenly kissed her all of a sudden. I would be confused too. In fact, that kind of did happen to me once. Not gonna lie. It happened after this, though. So, anyway. Ow, my elbow popped. Whew. Tessa had ran off to a place where she knew she can get possible answers. She seemed very wary of the neighborhood, but she complied and banged on the door. Who the fuck is banging on the... Tessa? What a pleasant surprise. The guy turned 180 degrees upon seeing Tessa. Out of the three of you living in this house, why did it have to be Kim Hee-chul to open the door? Oh, Hee-chul. Future sight. I know. There are strange things that have happened that I've, like, written in the past that have kind of happened in the future. But anyway. Okay. Kim Hee-chul makes an appearance. I love Hee-chul in Super Junior. He's great. Tessa looked up at the sky as if she was asking God that question. You should actually be thankful that I opened the door. Knowing you, you would have given me the shaft on your visit. Hee-chul protested and led her inside the house. Shindong, Kangin, Tessa's here. If you're playing a prank on us again, Shindong started saying until he saw her standing by Hee-chul. Tessa, what brings you here? Well, it's kind of a strange story, Tessa awkwardly started. It's okay, we've got time. Kangin smiled as Tessa and Hee-chul sat down on the couch. Tessa took a deep breath before beginning her story. One reading of When It Rains and up to chapter 28 of Story of My Life later. Yes, just read up to this point, you'll be caught up. And that's basically what's going on right now. Tessa finished off her storytelling. Hee-chul shot Tessa a stern look, and the first words to come out of his mouth were, "How come I wasn't in the first story?" Fourth wall! Fourth wall! It has been shattered! Yes, the fourth wall has been broken. Everybody face-palmed. That wasn't the point, Tessa mumbled. Okay. On a serious note. Hee-chul then turned serious. One of the main reasons you chose Jae-sung is to hide away your guilty feelings of liking Donghae. Huh? Tessa seemed confused. I think what he meant by that is, you did have feelings for both of them, but part of you told you that there was no way in hell that you and Donghae could ever work, Shindong translated. Tessa seemed to be a little more confused now. Point blank, you still have some sort of hidden feelings for Donghae, Kangin bluntly told her. How is that? Tessa asked. Riddle me this, Tessa. Hee-chul grabbed her shoulders and made her look him in the eye. Are you sure that you didn't feel any jealousy when you'd kissed Donghae back then? Tessa was hit with the realization that he has a point. She released a sigh in defeat. So, what should I do? You should tell Jae-sung first of all, Shindong suggested. He could be more understanding than you think. Okay, but I'll have to wait till tomorrow after school. It's one of those big performance days, Tessa replied. There's still a chance. Oh, there is still a chance. There's still a chance. Is it now? Hee-chul smirked. We'll just have to drop by then. Tessa was clearly unamused. Alright then, she then sadly smiled. Thanks, guys. Hey, we're practically family, Shindong smiled to brighten her mood. Yeah, it's like you have 2 extra brothers and an older sister you wish you had, Kangin joked. Yeah, Hee-chul did not like that joke. Tessa started laughing with them. These guys are like a second family to me, she thought as she watched Shindong and Kangin poke fun at Hee-chul. So there was a nice little heart-to-heart moment. Let's see what happens now. For the record, I'm still questioning your fashion choices. Kyojun shot Hwang Jae a weird look. I don't think it's that bad, Hwang Jae protested. Hey, we have a performance, so we better put on a game face and not worry about the wardrobe choices, Sungjin told the others. Tessa just sat back and relaxed as she mentally prepared for the performance. Hwang Jae looked over at Tessa and smirked. Ready to perform? He asked her. Hell yeah, Tessa cheerfully replied, although Hwang Jae could sense something was bothering her, but he chose not to question her about it. Yes. It was an amazing performance from these lovely ladies, Mr. Shim announced. And now we have this group of 4 that are going to perform something of a different style than the performance you saw not too long ago. Get up for Song Sungjin, Kim Hwang Jae, Choi Kyojun, and Park Tessa with Gulliver. Hashtag heart to heart with the harem. Oh, the harem. Gulliver is a Super Junior song. I'd love to play it, but copyright. So, but yeah, Gulliver by Super Junior. That's the song that this is for. It is off their sixth. Wow, I'm going backwards. Sixth studio album that was released in like June of 2012. So there we go. Which I like that song a lot. So obviously, or else I wouldn't have put it in the story. The performance started out strong and stayed strong. The level of charisma was sky high as this group performed. Then it was time for Tessa's part to begin the second verse. Buzzing so tediously, are you going to keep whining with such mosquito-like voices like that? Baby, are you baby, baby? Ah, this song. You already sense your defeat, right? Yeah, right? You agree? Come, I'm here. Top of your head. Tessa rapped with passion and sex appeal. Because, yes, that's kind of how that line in the song goes. I think it's funny enough. I think it's a Donghae line in the song. Funny enough. Oh man, the signs are there. While watching the performance, Kai turned to his friends. Is anybody else getting... God damn it! Ah! Is anyone else getting a boner right about now? The guys next to him just slowly nodded as they kept watching Tessa tear up the stage. Yes, fish boxers. All the fish boxers. I'm gonna get in on this fish boxer-ness. There we go. I have to get in on this. Because, I mean, it's the fish boxers. Most of the guys went crazy for Tessa. After they hit the final pose, the entire school went nuts. The students were entirely pumped throughout the entire day. After the final bell rang, Tessa braced herself and headed into the crowd. She didn't really care for the compliments on the performance. All she wanted to do was to find Ye-sung. More fish boxers, thank you, dear. She seemed relieved when she spotted him out in the halls. She then nervously walked up to him and got his attention. Hey, Ye-sung, she greeted quietly. Hey. Ye-sung smiled, but noticed that she had a gloomy aura around her. What's up? We need to talk, Tessa said, avoiding eye contact. Ye-sung could tell she was really worried about something. Could this be related to whatever happened yesterday? He thought as he followed her to the park. They then sat down on a secluded bench, and Tessa felt a little nervous. What's bothering you? Ye-sung asked. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you, Tessa started. I think I may still have feelings for Donghae. There was a small pang in Ye-sung's heart, but he had no right to blow up in her face about it. I see, was all you could muster up. I'm just a little confused right now, Tessa sighed. Ye-sung then had an idea. You know what? I think we should all hang out on Saturday. You, me, and Donghae. Huh? Tessa's confusion grew even more. You know, just like old times, Ye-sung smiled. Okay, Tessa cautiously replied, knowing that he had something up his sleeve. Good, Ye-sung flashed a really bright smile. I'll tell Donghae tomorrow then. Ye-sung, what the fuck are you planning? Tessa thought as she got a little wary of his smile. What is he planning? What exactly is Ye-sung planning? What's going on? What's he doing? What's he up to? What is he up to? That's an awful idea. No! The next day at school, Donghae was just relaxing by the cafeteria when he saw Ye-sung walk up to him. A duel? It's time to duel. The next day at school, Donghae was just relaxing by the cafeteria when he saw Ye-sung walk up to him. What brings you here, Ye-sung? Donghae awkwardly greeted. Nothing really in particular, Ye-sung shrugged, but I do have something to ask you. Donghae grew a little nervous. What is it? Are you busy this Saturday? Ye-sung asked nonchalantly. No, why? Donghae replied. Well, would you want to hang out with us? Ye-sung asked with a small smile. Us being? Donghae seemed suspicious. Me and Tessa, Ye-sung answered. Donghae seemed a little shocked by what he said. Okay, what exactly are you planning for Saturday? That's a secret, Jae-sung smirked and walked off. Donghae stared at him with a strange expression. That was weird. What was weird? Donghae fell flat on his ass when he suddenly heard another voice. Anime fall. I think that's exactly what I had in mind. He looked up and shot the guy a glare. Don't do that. Well, if you tell me what's been bothering you the past 2 days, maybe I won't do that, Eunhyuk said as he helped himself up. Or as he helped him up. The two of them started walking to class. If I tell you, promise you won't overreact. Oh, he's gonna overreact. He is going to overreact. Promise, Eunhyuk showed his gummy smile. Donghae then released a sigh. I kissed Tessa. Silence? What the fuck, man? Eunhyuk overreacted. You just said you wouldn't overreact, Donghae shouted. Oops. But seriously, why'd you kiss her? That's the thing, I don't know. Donghae got a smidge frustrated. Let me guess. Eunhyuk then cleared his throat. It was your heart that did the thinking and took your mind out of the equation. How do you, Donghae stared at him, know you so well? Eunhyuk smirked. I'm just that good. And now Jae-sung just invited me to hang out with him and Tessa. Donghae continued with the original story. That must feel awkward, Eunhyuk stated. Otoke. Otoke is, what do I do? Eunhyuk put a comforting arm around his shoulder. Just play it cool, act casual, whatever happens, happens. This sucks, Donghae sighed. It's called life, dude. Eunhyuk shrugged. I hate you. Donghae sent Eunhyuk a small glare and the latter just chuckled at him. I mean, yeah, life does suck sometimes. Life do be like that sometimes. After school, Donghae just casually walked out of the classroom, and while he was walking, he saw Tessa talking with Woohyun. By the looks of it, they just seemed to be having a friendly conversation, and it only bothered Donghae slightly. What is wrong with me? He thought as he just kept walking. As he was walking to his house, he was just in deep thought the whole time. About a block away from his house, he stepped into the grocery store, not really having a purpose of being there. Donghae, what are you doing here? Sungmin asked as he walked up to him. Oh, I don't really know why I'm here, Donghae chuckled. Is something bothering you? Sungmin asked. Yeah, something is, Donghae quietly replied. Care to talk? Sungmin said as the two walked out of the store. Well, you know Tessa, right? Donghae started off. Yeah, isn't she dating Jae-sung? Sungmin seemed to know where this was going. And, you know, I was also competing for her heart, right? Donghae asked. You guys were pretty much the talk of the school, Sungmin bluntly replied. So, where are you going with this? Well, a few days ago... You kissed her, didn't you? Sungmin bluntly asked. And the look on Donghae's face was priceless. Donghae muttered incoherent words. How? Who? What? What? I'm right, aren't I? Sungmin spoke in reply to his babbling. What do I do? Donghae hung his head low as they arrived at his house. You wait. Sungmin answered like it was the obvious thing to do. What do you mean? Donghae asked as they sat on the couch. Sungmin leaned back on the couch and replied, wait on what she does. If she totally closes off from you, then it wasn't meant to be. But if she decides to keep talking to you, then there is still hope. I guess I'll find out on Saturday, Donghae sighed. What's going on Saturday? Sungmin asked. Jae-sung invited me to hang out with him and Tessa, Donghae replied. Sungmin nodded in understanding, but then had a thought. You know, we don't hang out as much as we used to. That lightened Donghae's mood. Yeah, we should work on that. All of a sudden, Sungmin's phone went off. Yupsale? He put the phone on speaker. Hey, what are you doing? Kyuhyun asked. I'm hanging out with a depressed fish. Aw, depressed fish. No, we don't need depressed fishies in the story. Quit being depressed, Donghae. Oh, Donghae smacked Sungmin's arm. I am not depressed. So you're just a fish? Kyuhyun asked. Sungmi started laughing and Donghae pouted. Not funny, Kyuhyun. Anyway, for some odd reason, I received mail that was for each of you, Kyuhyun said. That is really odd. What were they? One was a stuffed bunny, and I don't know what the other was, Kyuhyun replied. Donghae was in deep thought. Can you get the other gift to me, preferably soon? No problem, Hyung, Kyuhyun replied and hung up. That damn Q never fucking says goodbye on the phone, Sungmi mumbled. So, what is that package anyway? Let's just say it's for someone special. Donghae left it at that and went to get some food. A date with who? I guess we'll find out in a little bit because we're gonna take a break. Get up, stretch, go to the bathroom. Oh shoot, I have links. Let me check what those are. I'll check what those are between during the break. We're gonna take a break, get up, stretch. You know, all the works. There we go. My OBS was a little slow for a second. So, there we go. I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. But yes, depression, and we'll be right back. Also, hello, Kelly. We're still on break, but I see you in chat. Hey, hi. Got the new Sonic game. I only have 2 days left until I'm done with this horrible job. I have less than a day to change my name back. Can't wait. Awesome. That's so awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go back on break now. I just wanted to pop in and say hi, because I see you in chat. Yes, taking care of child. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes. Yeah, baby. So I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's get settled back in. And here we go. Alright. There, I never did check what those outfits were. Give me a second. And this is this one. If it'll... Okay. Of course, that can't be found. But Tessa's outfit is basically like a blue, like a blue and white striped, like very thin long sleeve hoodie. Not like hoodie, but very thin, like a t-shirt with a hood. With a white vest covering over it and white pants. And Dongi's outfit, I have no idea because the link will not work. So, imagine it. I can't remember. It's probably something nice. It is probably something nice. So, yes, now we'll get settled back in. Kiddo here has her lunch now. So we are all settled in and ready to go. On Saturday morning, Tessa was casually waiting in the park by playing her Nintendo DS. She was so into the game that she failed to notice someone walking up to her. Well, hello to you too. Tessa looked up and saw Dongi standing in front of her. Hi there. Tessa greeted as she put her DS away in her bag. Where's Yaesong? Dongi asked, and just about that time, both of them received a text message. Yeah, I remember this part. I specifically remember this part because I knew this was going to be a plot point in the sequel. Both of them looked at their phones and seemed a little suspicious. Hey, Dongi. Read your text for me, Tessa said as she grew a little suspicious. Dongi, something came up and I can't make it. Have fun on your date, smiley face. Dongi read. Date? Tessa mumbled, but then it hit her. This was your plan all along. And a moment later, she received another message from Yaesong. You're welcome, smiley face. Tessa just stared at her phone for a little bit until Dongi spoke up. Well, he did say this was a date, so... She then stood up. Might as well make the most of it. Dongi nodded and started walking somewhere. After a few moments of walking, so what's with the outfit? Why, is it bad? Tessa unconsciously looked down at her outfit. Hey, sorry, I was in the bathroom. No worries. No worries, we're back to reading. Everything is fine, and I know you're excited about all your stuff. And yes, I was taking care of the child. She's got her lunch now, and we are all good to go. Might as well make the most of it. What's the outfit? Why is it bad? Tessa unconsciously looked down at her outfit. No, it's not. I'm just saying it looks a little big on you, Dongi commented. What a sly fox. I mean, that's one way to do it. No, it's not. I'm saying it just looks a little big on you. Well, all my clothes are dirty, so I had to steal something from Etuk. That explains it, because the picture of the outfit was a picture of an outfit that Etuk had worn once. So I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's a nice outfit. You're the only girl that I know that actually steals clothes from their brothers and wears it well, Dongi said as they arrived at the mall. Tessa shrugged but smiled at the same time. That is my style, after all. The two of them just wandered aimlessly in the mall. As they walked, Tessa happened to find a store with many different styles of dresses. She then slowly made her way into the store, and Dongi followed suit. Also, on the subject of, like, you know, like, she's wearing her brother's clothes. I tend to just go with, like, men's clothes because, they fit me better, to be honest, and women's clothing sucks. That is my PSA for today. Because I have big shoulders. and most women's clothing has very small shoulders. So, yeah, I can go into an entire rant about clothes that fit me, but we might save that for another day. You? Looking at dresses? What has the world come to? Donghae joked as he stood by Tessa's side. Yeah, I know. I love the mom jeans. I should get me a pair of those or something. I do need new jeans, though. I really do. Yeah, I know, Tessa playfully smiled. Next thing you know, it'll be raining outside. Yes, because when it rains, it's always the rain. Donghae chuckled at her playfulness. So why are you looking at dresses? It's for a stage costume, Tessa replied as she skimmed through the rack of dresses. If you tell me the concept, I might help you find a dress, Donghae suggested. Tessa cracked a small smile. The concept is a toy factory. Sankyu plays the toy master, and I'm the wind-up doll that he fell in love with. That's deep. And that is actually something I came up with. Ever since Bino got me 3 pairs, and I'm obsessed with them. Yes. Yes. Hashtag washes away the armor of our hearts. Yep, when it rains. But yeah, just the concept, like, you know, Toy Master fell in love with a wind-up toy. A Goodbye by Super Junior, also on their 6th album. That was kind of a dance concept I came up with. But to top it all off, I tried to get something to drink and I can't even start my car. I'm sad. Aw, sad. Hopefully you can start your car soon. That's deep. Well, that's the vibe I get from the song, that I've always wanted to perform a routine with that concept. Tessa shrugged as she went to a different rack of dresses. Donghae then searched the dresses for Tessa to wear, just out of curiosity. And I'm not trying to be a little rude, but would you have Yaesung help you shop for dresses? It's fine, Tessa replied to that first comment, and I probably wouldn't. Why not? Donghae asked. He looked at a light blue dress. He's kind of a perfectionist, and he'll look for the perfect dress for the concept, but it probably wouldn't be best suited for me. So we'll end up arguing over the whole deal, Tessa answered. How about this dress? Donghae said as he held up a purple and black gothic style dress. Let me see if that link will work. Yeah, it's like a strapless. It's got, the top half is purple. It's kind of like a flowy kind of half to the knee, with like white and black lace on it. So I might throw it up in the Discord later because that link does work. And it's actually kind of nice. Yeah, there we go. So it's kind of like the top half is, purple, strapless, and kind of at the waist it like flows a little bit, like a ball gown, but it's short to the knee, and it's white, and it's got like black lace on top of it. But yeah, I'll probably throw a picture in the Discord or something after that. Tessa studied the dress carefully and thought of the song. It's perfect. I also haven't heard the song in a while, so try it on real quick just to make sure it fits, Donghae suggested as he handed her the dress. Tessa nodded and went to the dressing room. While she was there, one of the workers walked up to Donghae. Was that your girlfriend? She asked, referring to Tessa. No, but it's kind of complicated right now, Donghae nervously replied. The worker nodded. I understand, but I think it's cute that you're helping her shop for dresses. Donghae chuckled nervously before Tessa came out of the dressing room, with the dress in her hands. It fits perfect, she smiled. I don't get to see it? Donghae pouted. You'll see it eventually, Tessa smirked as the two walked up to the cash register, and they paid for it. Tessa started to carry the dress, but Donghae took it from her hands and carried it for her. Are you sure you would be willing to carry that with you all day? It'll be fine. Besides, shouldn't the guy be carrying the bags for the girls? Donghae made a good point. So the two just continued their journey through the mall. Even though they didn't buy much, the two still had fun just looking around. After getting a small snack on the way back, they started walking to Tessa's house. It was only about a 10-minute walk, but they arrived at Tessa's house with no problem. Well, today was a little unexpected, but I had fun, Tessa said. Me too, and I'm really glad you had fun, Donge smiled. Donge then leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Aw, cute. Fluff. All Tessa could do was smile. See you later. Bye, Donge smiled back and left. Tessa opened the front door and walked in the house. She got to the living room and gently set her stuff on the couch. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So sorry if that sounded a little weird. She got to the living room and gently set her stuff on the couch. Ituk took one look at her and started to worry. Hey, Tessa, are you okay? He got up and walked to her. Tessa really didn't say a word, but just hugged Ituk tightly and cried. Ituk was extremely taken aback, but he knew what the situation was. Tessa's heart has always been so fragile. Is there anything I can do to help? Ituk thought as he comforted her. Sisters. Aw. I think I know what this chapter is about. I think we're gonna have a bonding moment between two characters here. Alright. This didn't create doubts. He failed. Damn. And just a kiss on the cheek, too. After Tessa had calmed down, she and Ituk went to the kitchen to make some ice cream. Oh yeah, probably not the time to bring it up, but you did promise me some time ago that you would teach me how to ballroom dance, Ituk mentioned as they sat down at the table. What about it? Tessa blandly replied. Would you mind teaching me tonight? Ituk sheepishly asked. Tessa tilted her head to the side in thought, then cracked a smile. Sure. After we finish our ice cream. After ice cream, of course, right? Because ice cream takes precedence over everything. Always. It's always ice cream first. Even though my husband finishes his ice cream first all the time. Because it's never a race. But it's always a race between the two of us. He just eats faster than I do. Ituk did a small cheer that caused Tessa to laugh at him. Just as they finished their ice cream, Tessa had received a few texts from both Yosung and Donge. She just decided to ignore the messages and went to teach Ituk how to dance. The two went downstairs and got started. All Ituk wanted to do was distract Tessa from any negative feelings she was currently feeling. After they did the basics, Ituk asked if she would teach her how to tango. You want me to do what now? Tessa stared at Ituk. You heard me. Ituk smirked. Tessa then released a sigh. This is going to be a long night. Yep, a long night indeed. The following Monday, Tessa did not even leave her room much less go to school. This only concerned Ituk more. Damn, if only Uma were here to help her with this girl stuff, Ituk mumbled, but then he had an idea. He immediately grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Yupsale? Come to my house, quick, it's an emergency, Ituk quickly said into the phone and hung up. About 5 minutes later, someone walked through the door. I came as quickly as you called, Sora said in one breath. What's going on? Tessa is in a super depressed mood and she won't come out of her room, Ituk started. Since this is mostly girl stuff and I have no way of helping her, so would you mind? Sora smiled. No problem, Ituk. Both of them made their way to Tessa's room. Ituk then proceeded to violently knock on the door. Tessa, yeah, open up. The door slightly opened, and Tessa blankly stared at Ituk and Sora. What? Ituk looked at Sora, and the latter only smiled. Get dressed and ready to go. We're going out today. Tessa still had the same blank expression. Okay, she quietly replied and closed the door to get dressed. So what's your plan? Ituk asked. Hashtag Sora Donald Goofy. Well, so what's your plan? Ituk asked Sora. That's better kept a secret. Sora winked just as Tessa walked downstairs. Ready to go? Sora asked Tessa. Tessa slightly nodded as she put on her shoes and followed Sora out the door. Ituk watched as the two walked away. Tessa needs a sister figure in her life. They may be somewhat strangers now, but they better come back as sisters. Yes. Because, I mean, the mom's dead, and she doesn't have a sister. All she has is Ituk. And no, like, real dad to help with this, so Ituk's all she has. So, I mean, Sora makes the most sense if they're in a good relationship here. Sora had taken Tessa out to a secluded cafe on the east side of town. She treated her to lunch, but they were still a little quiet. Yes, you are eating lunch, kiddo. How's school going? Sora decided to break the silence. It's been going okay. Nothing good, nothing bad, Tessa shrugged. What about outside of school? Sora asked. Tessa's expression turned dark. That's just a mess and a half. Would you like to talk about it? Sora asked with sincerity in her voice. It's just... I'm extremely confused about my feelings, Tessa quietly started. They're Yesung and Donghae, right? Sora pondered. Ituk has told me a little bit about them, but what do you think of them? Tessa took a deep breath. Well, Yesung is sort of a perfectionist. He's very picky about anything and everything. The way both of us think is very different. I'm creative while he's analytical, but since our overall personalities mesh so well together, that doesn't seem to matter. She talks about Yesung so easily, Sora thought as she watched Tessa's expression. But then, Donghae is the opposite of Yesung, but we still get along pretty well, Tessa started. Donghae is very childish, but he knows how to take care of someone. To some people that are with him, they feel like they have to take care of him, although I never feel like that when I'm with him. She also has a similar spark in her eye as she does when she talks about Yesung, Sora noted. I see. You treasure both of them dearly. Tessa nodded. And Saturday, Yesung invited me and Donghae to hang out, but instead, he had set you and Donghae up on a date, right? Sora guessed. Yeah. Tessa seemed confused by how she guessed correctly. The problem was, I don't know why Yesung did that, though. Sora then thought about it for a moment. I think Yesung was giving you time to figure out your feelings. Tessa then tilted her head in confusion. And how does this relate to my date with Donghae? Sora face-palmed. Itakopa warned me about her obliviousness. Yeah, it has everything to do with it. It's got everything to do with it. Come on, Tessa, think! I think you should ask him yourself when you're ready. Okay, I'll do that. Tessa softly replied. Sora then smiled. You know what makes me feel better when I get depressed? Tessa's ears perked up. Going shopping! Without a moment of hesitation, Sora paid the cafe bill and dragged Tessa to the nearest shopping mall. Sora took her every corner of the mall, buying anything they set their eyes on. For the first time in her life, Tessa felt like she had someone she can call her sister. Aw, how cute. Yay, it's always nice seeing, like, getting along with, like, the family. It's always nice to see that. Oh, okay. Kihyun and Sungmin were heading to their homes from school when Kihyun noticed something strange from across the street. So that's why she wasn't at school today, he mumbled. Sungmin followed his gaze. Is that really Tessa? Who else has red curly hair like that? Kihyun bluntly asked. Well, duh, Sungmin replied to his bluntness. But who's with her, though? I think that's Ituk's girlfriend. Kihyun pondered. Who? Sungmin was confused for a moment. Tessa's older brother, Kihyun clarified. I wonder what they're up to. They're probably having their girl time right now, Sungmin said in a somewhat mocking tone. I think he may be right. From what I know, Tessa hasn't really had a sister figure in her life, Kihyun thought. That's a good start. Yay. Sisters. Laughter is the best medicine, and I mean, it really is. Laughter is the best medicine. We're getting closer. We're like 10 chapters away, roughly. Alright, I'm just gonna double check, make sure. Okay. Yep, I know where we are here. Alright. Tessa, no school tomorrow due to too many sick teachers, Etek shouted as soon as he hung up the phone. Damn, must be a strange bug going around, Tessa replied as she made her way towards the kitchen. I don't think I've ever seen school being canceled due to too many sick teachers. But I mean, school has been canceled because of weather, and the weather didn't happen. That has happened to me before. Anyway, Ituk nodded as he looked outside the window. Oh. Looks like it's going to rain tonight. Is that so? Tessa nonchalantly replied. Still a little cold, Ituk sighed. I'll be downstairs if you need me, Tessa blankly said as she headed downstairs. The door to the basement closed just as the doorbell rang. Ituk opened the front door and was greeted by Yesung. You know, you could have just walked in like you normally do, Ituk said. I know. I'm just a little worried about Tessa right now, Yesung replied as he walked in. I think we all are, Ituk sighed. Yesung then made his way to the kitchen and to grab something to drink. Is she home? Is she home? I lost my train of thought for a second. Is she home? Yeah, she's in the basement, probably dancing, Ituk replied as he sat on the couch. There wasn't another word between the two of them as Yesung made his way downstairs. As he was walking downstairs, all he noticed was the music playing and Tessa sitting off to the side. By the looks of it, she hasn't shown any emotion even when listening to music. Hey, are you alright? Yesung asked as he stepped closer to her. Tessa looked up and met his eyes, but looked away shortly after. Yesung seemed a little irritated. You know you can talk to me, Yesung tried. Tessa just shrugged and looked away. Yesung released a sigh and suddenly thought of something. To grab her attention, he did this. And I see you lurking, Matthew. I see you looking, and I believe... Oh shoot, wrong. I'm gonna double check the link, make sure it works. I think I know what that is. I mean, the link still works, and it's a video of Yesung basically trying to imitate like the Street Fighter sounds. You know, the lines, the Hadouken! He's doing it very funny. Very funnily, and I was like watching a whole bunch of Super Junior videos one day, and that just made me laugh so hard. He was just doing a whole bunch of Street Fighter impressions, and it made me laugh. Tessa stared at him weirdly as she tried to suppress her laughter. Yesung just kept going with the gag, and Tessa tried not to laugh. Seeing this, Yesung just continued as he tried to get Tessa to let loose and laugh. Which is funny, because my husband will make me laugh when I'm all like, you know, pouty and just not talking. He does this to me too, so. Again, predicting the future, I guess. I don't know. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Tessa broke out into laughter. Tessa ended up falling on the floor because she was laughing so hard. She then got up and walked towards Yesung, still laughing. Tessa wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tight. Yesung seemed a little shocked, but on instinct he hugged her back. Thank you, Yesung, Tessa mumbled. It's nothing, really. It doesn't take that much effort to make you laugh, Yesung chuckled. Shut up, Tessa mumbled, but hugged him tighter. I have a question. Why did you set me up with Dongye the other day? Yesung sighed. I did that to try and help you. Tessa looked up at him and tilted her head to the side. Why, though? Let's just say I would rather have you happy with someone else rather than be confused and miserable with me. Oh, that's sweet. Kinda, I don't know. Yeah, let's just say I would rather have you happy with someone else rather than you be confused and miserable with me. Yes, I said as he looked into her eyes. Tessa couldn't help but smile. All he wants is to see me happy? She then made a move to kiss Ye-sung. At first, he seemed surprised, but in reality, he just missed that feeling. Aww. Aw, we're all cute now. We're all cute now. The fluff is back, maybe. I don't know. On Friday, most of the students went out in the town due to having no school. Tessa was just chilling at the park when Kyuhyun appeared. Park Tessa, how's my favorite girl? Kyuhyun smiled. What do you want? Tessa didn't hesitate to ask. This didn't seem to faze Kyuhyun. The guys and I are throwing a pool party tomorrow. You want in? No, Tessa sternly answered. Why not? Kyuhyun was now curious. Just a few reasons. 1. My craving for chocolate ice cream has skyrocketed since last night. 2. I feel extremely lazy and probably will be for the next few days. 3. Getting pissed off for unnecessary reasons is definitely a fan favorite activity for the week. I know where this is going. Kyuhyun stared at her for a few... Kyuhyun stared at her for a few moments. Sounds fun. Tessa then glared at Kyuhyun. Believe me, it's fun, alright, she sarcastically replied. What's really on your mind? Kyuhyun asked as he sat down next to her on the bench. The look Tessa gave him. You are lucky that I'm lazy or else I wouldn't be able to have children. Or you wouldn't be able to have children. Oh, okay. Kyuhyun only chuckled, but in his mind he was screaming with fear. Well, how have you been? Tessa seemed suspicious with the sudden change in subject. I've been better. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here for you, Kyuhyun said with honesty in his voice. Tessa nodded as she understood. She then stood up and started walking towards home. Thanks, Kyuhyun, for being there for me, Tessa smiled. You're like my long-lost brother. Kyuhyun couldn't help but smile. Just as Tessa left the park, Ye-sung walked up to Kyuhyun and sat down where Tessa was previously. Has Tessa acted any different lately? Well, she's just a little bit colder, but nothing to worry over, Kyuhyun replied. Ye-sung nodded, but then had a thought. I have an idea, and I need your help. Kyuhyun didn't say another word because Ye-sung had already dragged him to his house. What is this guy up to? Kyuhyun thought as he just let Ye-sung drag him to his house. What is Ye-sung up to? Later that day, Tessa walked downstairs to find Ituk scrambling to find his shoes. Where are you going? She asked. I have to go to a friend's house to help him with a project, Ituk replied, but he implied that there was something more to it. Don't hit the stop sign on the way there, Tessa said before he put on both shoes and walked out the door. Ituk chuckled as he got to his car. You are in for one hell of a surprise, Park Tae-sung. And now that I said shoes, my daughter is going crazy. 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 Back to normal, question mark. I'm going to double check something. We are in chapter 34. Yep, I'm gonna double check something. We are in chapter 34. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright. We're getting closer. We are getting closer. Tessa was just getting a notebook out of her locker when some random guys walked up to her. Tessa, Sunbae? The guy shyly got her attention. She looked to her left and met with the guy's eyes. Yes? I hate to be a bother, but I've heard you've been kind of sad lately, the guy started. So I was wondering if I can do anything to help. Tessa didn't really feel like talking to anybody, but she didn't want to seem like a total bitch and reject his offer. Sure. What do you have in mind? If you're not busy today after school, I was just thinking we could just walk around town. The guy said, sounds good. Tessa smiled a little. May I get your name? Iteo. Sorry I didn't tell you before. Teo smiled. Iteo is a member of Block B. So yes, my knowledge and my interest in boy groups just kept expanding to a lot of boy groups. She then... hold on. So I didn't tell you before. Tessa nodded as she shut her locker door. Well, I'll see you after school then, Teo. She then walked to her dance class with Mr. Seo. When she walked in the door, she found Dongi practicing a dance by himself. She then walked up to him and just watched him dance. It was just a few seconds later when he finally noticed her. Oh, Tessa, what are you doing here? This is my class, Tessa suspiciously replied. Dongi stood silent for a moment. I knew that. What routine are you working on? Tessa asked. It's nothing important, Dongi said with nervousness evident in his voice. Tessa automatically knew he was lying, but she shrugged it off and set her bag next to Dongi's. While Tessa was stretching, Eunhyuk entered the room and walked up to Dongi. Does she know? He asked. She's a little suspicious, but she doesn't have a clue, Dongi replied. Just remember, we need to head to Yaesung's house right after school, Eunhyuk reminded him. Don't you think I already know that? Dongi playfully slapped Eunhyuk's arm. And I'm gonna try and get Sungmin in on it too, Eunhyuk said as he rubbed his arm. He'll love that. Dongi cracked a smile as he thought about the project. Just make sure to keep it a secret as best as you can, Eunhyuk told Dongi in a serious tone. What's going on? What's happening? What are they plotting? What's happening? What's happening? Tessa was pretty much passed out in history class, face down on the desk, fast asleep with a small puddle of drool on the desk. I'm pretty sure I have been there, maybe once. And not a care in the world as to who was looking at her. Yaesung was just sitting next to her, shaking his head, and took pictures of her. As he was taking pictures, Kyuhyun walked up to him. He then noticed Tessa. How long has she been like that? About 10 minutes, Yaesung replied. Damn, that girl can sleep, Kyuhyun commented. Anyway, who's all in on this? He asked. You, me, Wookie, Ito-kyung, and his friend Shindong, Eunhyuk, Dongi, and I think Sungmin was in on it too. Yaesung thought back to whoever was in the plan. Are you sure you're doing the right thing by avoiding spending time with her? Kyuhyun was still confused with his plan. Trust me, I know her well enough that I know she needs to be alone right now, Yaesung honestly replied. I think I would just make things worse if I would constantly be with her while she's seemingly depressed. Kyuhyun seemed taken aback by how much Yaesung knew Tessa. So, your house after school? Yaesung nodded just as Tessa started waking up. What's with all the noise? She sleepily asked. What's with the drool spot on your notebook? Kyuhyun wittily replied. Tessa just stared back at him with a blank expression. Yaesung noticed there was some sort of tension between the two. So, Tessa, are you doing anything after school? Actually, I am. I promised a friend that I'd hang out with him after school today, Tessa replied. That's good, Yaesung sighed, because I already had something planned for today. Well, damn. Tessa pretended to be disappointed. Yaesung chuckled at her small joke. He was about to say something else, but Tessa's phone went off. Oh hey, beauty be nan adam down by me ya ipa mi young when hugging this on a jabba. That is Beautiful Night by Beast, and that song had just came out, so I'm always using weird songs as ringtones cause it's cool. I think it's cool anyway. Tessa stared at her phone for a split second before answering it. We're still in school, dumbass. Why the hell are you calling me? Why the hell did you answer the phone? Ki-Kwang sarcastically replied. Oh yeah, Beast. Ki-Kwang is a member of Beast. That's probably why I did that. Answer my fucking question first, Tessa angrily spat. Well, I'm homesick and I got bored, Ki-Kwang replied. She could tell he was pouting. As I said before, we're still in school. But you did just wake up from a nap, Yesung bluntly commented as he wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Of Tessa's mouth. School's almost over anyway, so what makes this a big deal? Ki-Kwang asked. Of all people, why the fuck did you call me? Tessa asked. Random chance? Or random chance, Ki-Kwang bluntly answered. Just my luck. Well, call someone else then. Before Ki-Kwang got the chance to reply, Tessa hung up on him. Who was that? Ki-Hyun asked. Ki-Kwang, he says he's been homesick and he's bored, Tessa replied as she leaned back in her chair. You should have told him to entertain himself while he still can, Ki-Hyun joked. I really didn't want to deal with him at the moment, Tessa said as she leaned back further in her chair, but ended up leaning too far back and fell. That's happened a lot in this story, I think. What's with you in that chair? Aesung asked as he stared at her on the floor. What's with you not helping me up? Tessa bitterly replied. You're a big girl, you can help yourself up, Aesung bluntly told her. Tessa slightly glared at him as she got up off the floor. She then stared at the clock for a moment. I don't think staring at the clock will magically make time move faster, Ki-Hyun pointed out. No shit, Sherlock. Tessa shifted her gaze towards Ki-Hyun. Just as the bell rang, everybody scrambled out the door except for Aesung and Tessa. The two of them just calmly got their things together and headed out the classroom quietly. As they were walking towards the front door, Tessa spotted Taeil. Well, I've gotta go. See you tomorrow. She then kissed Aesung on the cheek and went on her way. Aesung could tell she was still a little out of it. All he could do was sit back and wait it out. Yep. Ooh, flashback. What's the flashback? What are we getting a flashback to? 35. Okay. Yeah, we are getting closer and closer. Alright. Let me get a drink real quick. Always gotta drink. Always gotta stay hydrated. Alrighty. Saturday morning, Tessa just laid in her bed while staring into the ceiling. She was thinking about past events. The first one she thought about was Valentine's Day. Oh, that's right. I remember this now. Flashback. Tessa cleaned up her locker for the last few days of school. So many love letters. She shook her head as she put them in a separate bag. After cleaning her locker completely, she finally headed out of school. She released a sigh when she noticed it was starting to snow. As she was skateboarding home, she received a text from Yesung. I'll be at your house at 5 for a surprise. Yesung. Tessa smiled after reading that message and continued on her way home. She went straight to her room. When she arrived home, the first thing she saw when she entered her room was a brand new dress laying on her bed. Before she could make a comment, Ituk yelled from downstairs, "The dress came in the mail for you from Auntie Sul." Tessa seemed a little surprised, but the dress looked like it was somewhat her style, so she decided to try it on for the hell of it. As she was looking at herself in the mirror, the doorbell rang. Without thinking, she ran downstairs to see who was at the door. Ituk, who's at the... Tessa started saying, but her eyes were met with Yesung, who was standing at the front door. Yesung didn't really say anything. All he did was just stare at Tessa, who was still wearing the dress. He then shyly handed her a rose that he had with him. Happy Valentine's Day, Tessa. Tessa accepted the rose and went to hug him. Thank you, Yesung. Yesung shyly smiled as he hugged her back. Random thought here, but why exactly are you wearing a dress? Tessa just looked up at him with a cheeky smile, but never answered his question. Oh, we're gonna get, like, various flashbacks of their relationship, aren't we? And yes, we are. Tessa just smiled at the memory. She then realized she never told Yesung why she was wearing that dress. She then thought back to her first day at Bosan High. There were some crazy shenanigans that day. Oh, just random memories from Tessa. Okay. Yi Sungmin, please report to the principal's office. Yi Sungmin to the principal's office, Mr. Kim announced. He then turned to Tessa, who was sitting in his office. So, have you lived in Seoul all your life? Tessa shook her head. For the most part I did, but when I was 7 I moved to America for a few years. So you speak English? Mr. Kim asked. I kind of had to, or else I wouldn't be able to get around the country, Tessa sarcastically replied. Mr. Kim chuckled as Sungmin arrived at the school. You wanted to see me, sir? How many times have I told you not to call me sir? Just call me Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim sighed. Sorry, sir. Won't happen again, sir. I promise, sir. Oh, what a lame joke. Such a lame joke. Sungmi replied as he tried to hide his laughter. I swear, he does this on purpose. Mr. Kim shook his head and then turned to Tessa. This is Sungmin. He's going to give you the grand tour. More grand tour. Sungmin, this is Park Tessa. She'll be in your grade. Nice to meet you, Sungmi bowed. Nice to meet you too, Tessa bluntly replied as she slightly bowed her head. Well then, Sungmin shook off her bluntness. Let's get started with the tour. And as we've noticed, at least earlier in the story, that Tessa was the one giving the tours to everyone. So it seemed like Sungmin was in her spot when she was new. So let's get started with the tour. Tessa then followed Sungmin out of Mr. Kim's office. So, what goes on around this place? She asked. Fangirls. A shitload of fangirls, Sungmin instantly replied. One of those schools, eh? Tessa smirked. As long as you're not one of those girls, Sungmin replied in the same tone. The two just continued on with the tour of the school. Just as they were finishing up the tour, they just happened to catch the main attraction of the cafeteria. Eunhae are at it again, Sungmin sighed. Eunhae? Tessa seemed confused. Oh, you will never be confused about Eunhae ever again. Lee Eunhyuk and Lee Donghae, the two kinkas of the school. Sungmin cleared her confusion. What are they doing? Tessa asked as she was genuinely curious. Since it's Tuesday, it's dance battle day, Sungmin answered, but yesterday was Tuesday. Hey Sungmin. Oh, it's dance battle day. Hey Sungmin, who's this cutie? Eunhyuk asked as he eyed Tessa. None of your fucking business, Tessa coolly replied. Feisty. I like it, Eunhyuk smirked. Tessa only glared at him in reply. So what's going on? Dance battle, Donghae smiled. Wanna join? Are you insane? Eunhyuk turned to Donghae. She's new, and I bet she can't dance at all. Tessa seemed a little offended, and Sungmin noticed the spark that had just triggered within her. I bet she can take you on, Eunhyuk, Sungmin smirked. I'd like to see her try, Eunhyuk confidently replied. Tessa smiled as she remembered how she totally kicked Eunhyuk's ass in that dance battle. From that point on, most of the guys at the school were admiring her for her coolness. She released a sigh as her phone went off. Yupsale? Tessa, can you come over for a little bit? I'm a little bored, Yodak asked cutely. Sure, Tessa reluctantly answered as she got up and walked out her room. Hi, Tessa Nuna, Yodak smiled when he saw Tessa at the door. Hey, so what's up? Tessa asked as she walked in the house. Yesung's at the dentist, and Up are out of town, and I have nothing to do, Yodak pouted. Tessa chuckled at his cuteness. Well, now that I'm here, what do you want to do? I want to have a talk with you, Yodak said as he led her to his room. What kind of talk? Tessa asked. I won't try anything. I just feel more comfortable in my room, Yodak chuckled at her thought. Sure. Sure, Yodak. Sure. Hashtag no sexy time. Tessa then sat on Yodak's bed, and Yodak sat on the chair facing her. So, what do you want to talk about? Tessa asked. It's about Ye Sung-hyung. What about Ye Sung? What are we talking about? What about Ye Sung are we going to talk about? Heart-to-heart talk. 36. Oh boy. We're getting closer and closer. You cleaned up, kiddo, because she's done with her potatoes. So I wonder what this heart-to-heart talk is going to be about. Alright, you might have to give me a second to get my daughter cleaned up, so we'll be right back. Okay. Alright. Alright. Gotta run. I think I may have to catch the rest of the VOD. Aw. No worries. Do whatever you need to do. Even though we're like so close to the end too. But don't worry. It'll be good. It'll be good, I promise. Fish boxers, yes. Alright. Is it about Ye Sung-hyung? Yodok then took a dramatic pause. There are some things that I don't know if he's told you or not. Like what? Tessa asked. Like who his past girlfriends were, Yodok stated. Why would I want to know that? Tessa tilted her head in confusion. I feel like it's best for you to at least know who they were and not about what they did. Yodok honestly said. Okay then, Tessa quietly replied. Well, his first girlfriend wasn't that bad, it just didn't work out. But a second one, I really think you should know. Know what? Tessa started to get nervous. Ye-sung dated Yuri, Yoda cautiously told her. Tessa remained poker face, but on the inside she was thinking, what the fuck? You're probably thinking, what the fuck? Yodok said once he saw that she wasn't saying anything. But you should listen from my part of this bizarre story. I'm listening. Ye-sung dated Yuri last year around March. Yodok started. They didn't break up until about the beginning of August. The beginning of August? Tessa thought back. That was just before I met him. Yodok nodded. Yeah, but when they dated, it was really crazy. It was as if Yuri was controlling him. Ye-sung wasn't himself when he was with her. What all do you know? Tessa asked, as curiosity took over her mind. Yodok then looked out the window. Yuri always played the Ditz card, and it got annoying real fast. She would always cling on to him, and she never let him live his own life. I barely got to spend any time with him. Those few months seemed like forever until the day when they broke up. How did that go? Tessa asked. Yesung was the one that broke up with her after she cheated on him, but Yuri threw a fit and trashed our house. Oh. Okay. We'll go with that? Okay. That sounds like something she would do, Tessa mumbled. I don't really know what exactly happened between them, but I'm sure if Yesung really trusts you, then he would tell you about what happened because, in my own opinion, Yorok took a deep breath, I think you have every right to know. Tessa nodded as they heard the front door open. Yodoka, I'm home. Yesung's voice rang through the house. Yorok and Tessa didn't say anything in reply to Yesung. Yorok, I said I was home. Yesung opened the door to Yorok's room. Yesung froze upon seeing Tessa in Yorok's room. Young, it's not what you think, Yorok said. I wasn't thinking anything, Yesung slowly replied. Tessa then got up and decided to go to Yesung's room. Just as Yesung was about to follow her, Yorok held him back. I think it's time you told her about you-know-what, he told him. What is the you-know-what? I don't remember. I'm scared. Yesung immediately knew what he was talking about. He never said anything to acknowledge his suggestion as he followed Tessa to his room. What all did Yorok tell you? Yesung asked Tessa as he closed the door to his room. He basically told me about you and Yuri, Tessa quietly replied. Oh. Yesung's mood seemed to change. He then noticed that Tessa was rubbing her arm slowly. Uh-oh, she's either nervous or curious. Is there anything you need to tell me? Tessa asked, with nervousness filling her voice. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, never mind. Oh. Actually, there is, Yesung softly replied. He then sat next to Tessa on his bed. I've been meaning to tell you this for a while now, but I never found the right time. Just say it, Tessa told him. Brace yourself, Tessa. Here goes. Yesung took a deep breath. I'm not a virgin. You mean he's not all innocent? Oh my god. Tessa's mind went totally blank. Am I hearing this right? Yesung could tell what she was thinking and he didn't blame her. Are you okay? Tessa slowly nodded. Yeah, it's just a lot to process. Are you mad? Yesung cautiously asked. Why would I be mad? Tessa finally had some courage to look him in the eyes. Yesung released a sigh of relief. Even if it was with Yuri? He said the last part quietly. Jungwon, listen to me. Tessa started out. I really don't give a shit about the girls you've been with and what you've done with them. If you wanted to tell me, that is your business. I really do appreciate you opening up to me, though. Aw, yay. Talking. Communication. Communication is very healthy. Yesung couldn't help but smile at what she said. Thank you, Tessa. He then engulfed her in a heartwarming hug. Saranghae, Tessa whispered. Nado saranghae. Yesung replied without hesitation. By the way, Tessa started as she pulled back. What's the surprise you have for me? If I told you, then it wouldn't be a surprise, Yesung replied as he gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Tessa just pouted in return. No fair. What's not fair? The surprise or the kiss? Yesung smirked. Both. Tessa just kept pouting. I think I can fix one of your problems. Ah! Dang it. Yesung chuckled as he leaned in and kissed her deeply. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happens. It's up to your imagination. Hashtag no sexy time. Hashtag no sexy time. Ooh. Okay. We're getting closer and closer. Okay, one more time from the top, Eunhyuk said, just as they finished cleaning up the dance. Everyone nodded as they started the music. After they ran through the song, they all turned to Yesung. I'd say we're good to go. The guys all cheered. Dude, she's going to love you forever when we perform this for her, Shinlong said with a smile. All we need to do is figure out how to lure Tessa into the warehouse. Sungmin pondered. The warehouse? What? That'll be no problem at all, Ituk smirked. Donge then grabbed his phone and dialed the number. Yuna, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to take Tessa out shopping. It's for a surprise. No, I am not telling you. Just get her a dress that looks good on her. You'll find out soon enough. Hurry and take her shopping. Donge then hung up the phone and shot the others a look. The plan is set. Oh, the plan is set? Kihan asked. Seems like it, Donge nodded. You ready, Yaesung? Yodok asked him. Everyone shot him the same look. Yaesung just smirked as he got his stuff together. Did you have to ask? After Donge hung up on Yuna, she headed straight to Tessa's house next door. After mashing the doorbell several times, like ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, grr. Tessa finally opened the door. What's up, Yuna? Tessa asked. Yuna didn't reply. Instead, she grabbed Tessa's arms and dragged her out of the house into the nearest clothing store. At this point, Tessa is used to Yuna dragging her out of her house and taking her shopping. What are you doing? Tessa asked when she saw Yuna looking at dresses that weren't her size. I'm looking for a dress for you, Yuna smiled. For me? Tessa tilted her head in confusion. Yes, silly. Yuna laughed and continued looking for dresses. Tessa complied and started looking herself. Is there any specific color I'm looking for? Nope, just pick something that looks good on you, Yuna said. By the way, have you performed that routine with Sankyu yet? Actually, we're performing that tonight, Tessa replied. Sweet. Yuna smiled. Can't wait to see it. Tessa smiled as she found a purple dress that seemed like her style. She took the dress and went to go try it on. Yuna noticed her and just smiled to herself. She then called Donge back. We found a dress. I'm not lying. Well, you have fish for brains. I'll see you later. Wonder what the other end of the conversation was like. What was that about? Tessa asked as she went up to pay for the dress. Nothing. Yuna flashed an innocent smile. Tessa shot her a glare before paying for the dress. The two then made their way back home. What's with this whole dress business? Tessa asked. The last time you pulled this was the masquerade dance last year. Tessa just shrugged as they kept walking back to their houses. Tessa just started talking a bit of nonsense and laughing like they were in their own world. Trust me, Tessa, you are in for a surprise, Yuna thought as they arrived home. What's the surprise? Please tell me, what's the surprise? Nervous? Sankyu asked as he chuckled slightly. Why the hell would I be nervous? Tessa asked back. Because you're performing in a dress, Sankyu bluntly answered. Tessa just glared at him before turning her attention to the stage manager. He just told them that they were going on next. Break a leg, the manager smiled before they took the stage. Sankyu and Tessa nodded before the curtains opened. Tessa... Okay, it's struck her first pose. Wow. Struck her first pose and let Sankyu carry her out to the stage to sell the story of the dance. The song got started and the audience seemed a little surprised by the song selection. I believe the song is called a Goodbye, like two different words, Goodbye, by Super Junior. It's one of my favorite songs off of the 6th album, and I like every single song off of that album, so yeah, good album. Sankyu started with a solo part and Tessa stood to the side like a motionless doll. But Tessa remained motionless until her part came up after the first chorus. The crowd was impressed by the story they were telling through the routine. After the song was over, Sankyu and Tessa hit their final poses. The crowd cheered and wiped away their tears. Once they were off stage, Sankyu engulfed Tessa in a bone-crushing hug. Lots of bone-crushing hugs. Lots of hugs. I mean, I like hugs. Hugs are nice. That was awesome. Tessa just laughed as she broke free of the hug. Let's go see the others and see what they thought. The two then made their way to the crowd and found their friends. Tessa then spotted Yaesung and some of his friends. Before she had the chance to say hello, somebody tackle-hugged her. Tessa, Nuna, you are so pretty out there. Yodok cheered as he hugged her tight. Thank you, Yodoka. You can let go of me now, Tessa breathlessly replied. No, Yoda cutely protested. Yesung released a sigh and got up to pry Yodak off of Tessa. Thanks, Yesung, Tessa smiled at him. No problem, Yesung smiled back. And you do look beautiful. Tessa couldn't help but blush at his comment. Komawo? You were amazing out there, Kibum complimented. Yeah, and you were so graceful out there, Sungmin smiled. In fact, the most feminine I've seen you ever. With one swift move, Tessa kicked the chair from underneath him and flipped him over. What was that again? I didn't quite hear you, Tessa smirked. The guys around them started laughing out loud. Very funny, Miss Park Tessa, Sungmin sarcastically commented as he got up off the floor. Everyone started laughing. Tessa noticed that Yesung grabbed a hold of her hand, and she looked up at him and smiled. He squeezed her hand tight as if saying, I'll always be here. Alright, before we move on to the next chapter, there's actually, I have a confession to make. This isn't 42 chapters, it's actually 38. It's actually 38 chapters. But the finale isn't until 4 chapters later. You'll see. This is one of my favorite things I have ever done in any written work I've done. Hey, guess what? I wrote bloopers for the story. I wrote bloopers. So this is also kind of a way to like recap the story, but they're bloopers. So, I mean, I did this. I literally did this, and I'm so proud of this. I have written bloopers for a story. What does that even say? I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check what that says, because I can't read it with the dark mode. That says, probably think I'm crazy for doing this. Bloopers in a written story? Have fun reading and see you at the end, is what that says. So, we are in for, you know, basically a recap. Tessa took a deep breath and shouted, Senior year, bitches! You know what I was about to say her part, but started laughing. That was pretty loud. It was supposed to be. Tessa started laughing too. It was just so loud when I'm right next to you. Yuna continued to laugh. I guess we're doing this scene again, Tessa chuckled as she shook her head. Neither can I, Haesung sighed as he suddenly thought. Wait, aren't you only 16? Tessa froze for a little bit. Yes, I am, and I totally forgot my line. Haesung face-palmed. Of course you did, he chuckled. This is a great omen for the future. Yeah. Tessa smacked the back of Haesung's head. I think the first scene is getting the best of me. You dork, Haesung chuckled. Cool, Tessa smiled and looked over his shoulder to see his schedule. So what are you doing this weekend? Nothing really, Haesung replied. Tessa was about to reply to that, but Dange suddenly appeared. What's up, ho? Before he finished the line, he tripped over a desk. Don't act gangsta. It doesn't suit you at all, Tessa continued on with her line. If tripping over a desk and falling on your face is gangster, then yeah, I won't act gangsta, Dange chuckled as he got up. Haesung stared at Dange weirdly as Tessa started laughing. If only we could use that take, Tessa said through her laughter. Oh man, I cannot believe this. We're here. They continued to walk to Tessa's house in silence, but it was a comforting silence. Upon arriving at her house, Ituk was sitting on a chair on the front porch just reading a book. Tessa stared at him weirdly, as did Haesung. I didn't know he reads. He doesn't, Tessa bluntly replied. They walk up to him, and Tessa pulled the book away. Yeah, he's reading the script! Tessa turned to the camera. You're too lazy to memorize your lines or what? As a matter of fact, I am, Ituk literally replied. What was this supposed to be? I totally forgot. Tessa asked the director. The cover says 50 Shades of Grey, doesn't it? Oh, he's reading 50 Shades of Grey? Oh, okay. Okay, that's what he was reading. At least we know. Cover says 50 Shades of Grey, doesn't it? The director replied. Tessa immediately dropped the book with Etuk's script in it. What is 50 Shades of Grey? Yesung asked. You don't want to know. Tessa shook her head as they went to go shoot another take for the scene. About a week has passed since the first day of school, and Tessa has already found a way to annoy her teachers. During the break, Tessa took the chance to just sleep in her rap class. Hey, look, it's Sleeping Beauty, Eunhyuk joked as he patted her head. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this, Tessa mumbled in reply. Wrong line, Eunhyuk told her. This is your fault. I'm going to kill you. All the cake is gone. You don't even care, do you? Tessa made her second attempt. The cake is a lie. Wrong line again. I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. From Conker's Bed for a Day. Oh, that's a game. That's a game. Tessa tried again. Wrong game. Eunhyuk started to have fun. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. Tessa mumbled for another take. What game is that in? Eunhyuk asked. Tessa's head shut up. NBA Jam? Oh, well, you were supposed to say your princess is in another castle, Eunhyuk clarified. Well, excuse me for forgetting my line. Tessa glared at Eunhyuk, to which the latter only rubbed her head in a playful manner before filming another take. I think I had so much fun with this. With that, Tessa took Kikwang around the school. She showed him how to get to his classes, with what the quickest routes are to the cafeteria, gym, and auditorium. As the two were walking down the hall during break, Annyeong, Tessa, a guy greeted her. Tessa nodded in recognition of his greeting, and then another guy came up to them but didn't say anything. I don't know what to say. Tessa and Kikwang started laughing. NG! NG! Kikwang started saying. NG stands for no good, which means, yeah, it's not a good take. After the bell, Tessa immediately went to find Yaesung. When she saw him walking by himself out the door, she caught up with him and jumped on his back, but fell off. Yaesung just looked behind him and saw Tessa on her butt. You need to work on that, he bluntly told her. You think? Tessa retorted as she got up and to shoot the scene again. Yaesung just started walking slowly, waiting for Tessa to jump on his back. One moment later, Tessa jumped on his back again, but had too much force and both of them fell forward. Oh, I'm gonna drink real quick. This is so much fun. I think this is one of the biggest reasons why I picked When It Rains and Story of My Life to read as fanfic goals, or follower goals rather. Because I love these written bloopers. I love them a lot. Tessa just smiled back as Yuri lazily sat down next to them. So, Tessa broke the silence. What style of dance do you guys like? I like the sexy hip-hop style, Nicole replied. Yuri shrugged. I'm the same. You're not supposed to talk, Tessa bluntly replied. Oops, Yuri mumbled as she giggled a little. This caused Nicole and Tessa to start laughing. Yeah, we didn't see Yuri a whole lot in the story, but you know what, that's fine. That's fine. Settle down, class. We have another rap assignment soon. Mr. Shim calmed down the class. That was an excellent job, Tessa. You may now take your seat. Tessa nodded and walked back to her seat next to Eunhyuk. Where did you learn to rap like that? Eunhyuk smirked. I learned from the best. Tessa wore an equal smirk. No need to compliment me. Eunhyuk had a glint in his eye. Tessa blankly stared at him for a few moments. No problem, Hyuk. You were supposed to insult me, Eunhyuk poked her forehead. Well then, Tessa playfully scoffed. Everyone on set started laughing just before they started the scene again. The moment the bell rang, Donghae ended up sprinting out of his class for some reason. He made a leap of faith over the stairs and stuck the landing. He struck a pose to nobody in particular and just kept running. Donghae randomly ran past Yaesung. He just kept staring at Donghae running down the hall. I'm just gonna let him keep running. Donghae started walking back to where Yaesung stood. You dick. Yaesung just laughed. Just go do your leap of faith again. Meanwhile, Tessa was still in school, gathering her things to leave. She had already told Yaesung to go on without her, and she was carrying a stack of boxes down the stairs. It just got worse. Tessa ended up tripping on one of those steps. Knowing nobody was around to catch her, she braced herself for impact. She kept her eyes closed, waiting to hit the ground hard, but she never did. You should be more careful walking down those stairs, you little klutz, she heard a guy softly chuckle. Since the look on Tessa's face indicated that she forgot what to do, she improvised. I'm not a klutz. I just do random gravity checks. Wuhyun busted up laughing at her comment. You were supposed to thank me formally and ask my name. Shit, Tessa cursed as she walked up the stairs to redo the scene. That would kind of suck if you rehearse something and have to do something like that, and then you just forget what your lines are. And then you gotta do it again. With that, Ichuk left the house without another word. Tessa then took a seat on the couch at the opposite end of Sora. So, which is it? Money, revenge, or you just want to get in his pants? Tessa asked, straightforward and to the point. Sora flinched at her bluntness. She then froze for a second. She said that so perfectly I forgot how to respond. Tessa started laughing. I would have done the same thing. Let's just call that an NG and do that again, Sora suggested. Problem. I don't think I could repeat that line perfectly even if I tried. Tessa raised her hand as she chuckled slightly. Yeah, but at least I also have Nicole in my group, so I'm content, Tessa said as she leaned back in her chair. She probably leaned too far back and ended up falling onto the floor. Both Yaesung and Donghae made a move to catch her, but she just fell right through their arms. Oops, both of them muttered. My heroes, Tessa sarcastically said from the floor. Sorry, not my fault you leaned back too far, Yaesung reasoned. You know what? The floor's pretty comfy. I think I'll just stay here, Tessa said as she hinted something in her voice. Yaesung and Donghae looked at each other, then at Tessa. Tessa released a frustrated sigh. That means help me up! Donghae and Yaesung looked at each other. No, we're gonna let you lay there for a pretty damn good NG. Donghae told her. Again, my heroes. Tessa sarcastically repeated her line. We were being serious about letting you just lay there, Yaesung said, after Tessa shot at them a stern look. Just before they got started with the first scene, Tessa was pedaling around on the set with her on her skateboard. What are you doing? Donghae asked. I'm trying to get the hang of this before we film, Tessa replied as she paddled to the snack table. Whatever floats your boat, Donghae chuckled as she just kept paddling across the set. Whoever came up with this idea, I seriously want to give them a cookie. That would be kind of fun, just to kind of sit on a skateboard and just kind of paddle your way around. That'd be kind of fun. Ichuk started laughing as he carried her downstairs into the living room. So, what do you want to do for the rest of the night? We could have a party, Tessa smirked. Don't tell me you mean... Ichuk pretended to act scared. A forgotten line? Tessa facepalmed. Yes, I totally mean a forgotten line. How can you forget Mario Party? I mean, it's Mario Party. You can't forget Mario Party. Excuse me. As they were filming, Donghae started his breakdancing and he did it flawlessly. Tessa then walked near him. You know you're supposed to fail at this, right? Can't I have a moment that's not an epic fail in this? Donghae pouted. Sorry, but the writer insists. Tessa smirked as she playfully smacked his arm. Donghae's mood turned a little sour. Thanks a lot, writer. You're welcome. You're welcome, Donghae. What was that about? Tessa asked him. Yaesung tried to keep his cool. Something just seemed off to me about him. Tessa shot him a worried look and grabbed his hand. Don't worry. I totally forgot my line, so it's all cool. You always forget your line, Yaesung chuckled. Tessa just made a goofy face and went back to start the part again. Hey Tessa, Dongwoo smiled and pointed behind him. Woohyun wants to talk to you. Tessa shot him a strange look. Well, tell him to grow some balls and talk to me himself, she bluntly replied. Dongwoo then turned over his shoulder. Hey, Woohyun, she said grow some balls and talk to her yourself. Woohyun doubled over in laughter when Dongwoo shouted that. This caused Dongwoo and Tessa to both laugh as well. You're supposed to be embarrassed by that, not laugh your ass off, Tessa shouted through her laughter. Not my fault for forgetting Dongwoo says that line, Woohyun shouted back. Tessa was not happy after some of the girls dressed her up and did her makeup. Oh, this is from the festival. You look so cute, Yuna squealed. Yeah, but I feel stupid, Tessa replied. Nonsense, Tiffany beamed a smile. You look super cute. Tessa just glared at her. I don't do cute. That's a shame. You really look like the person who would pull off cute, Tiffany pouted. She's probably a different breed of cute, Yuna told Tiffany. Excuse me, did you just say breed of cute? Tessa stared at the two weirdly. By that time, Tiffany started laughing, which caused an NG. Sorry, that line always makes me laugh. What line? Breed of cute? Tessa bluntly asked, and it only caused Tiffany to laugh even more. I think we found her laugh button, Yuna chuckled. Ah, yes, breed of cute. Totally a thing. Totally a thing. Come on, Q, let her play a game. Changmin walked up and put an arm around Tessa's shoulder. What game do you want to play? Tessa thought for a moment. Do you have Mortal Kombat 9? Yes, we do. Changmin smiled and went to go get the game set up. There's no way you can play Mortal Kombat 9, Kyuhyun objected. Just because it's rated M for mature, and I'm dressed sickeningly cute. Tessa shot him a stern look. We'll see about that. Kyuhyun smirked, but started to laugh, and I still can't take you seriously. Tessa just stared at him for a little bit. She then turned to the director. What was I supposed to do again? You're supposed to kick him in the crotch, the director replied. Really? Tessa seemed surprised. The director nodded. I'm really going to kick him in the crotch. Luckily, I'm wearing a cup, so this won't be as painful, Kyuhyun commented. Tessa was still laughing. I'm still surprised by the fact I actually get to kick you in the crotch. Oh, man. Changmin was just shaking his head as he chuckled slightly. The low blow. The low blow. Before they were filming the scene, Tessa, Ye-sung, Ki-bum, and Sungmin were just talking to each other. One of the behind-the-scenes camera guys noticed this and started filming them. Okay, I got one. Ki-bum cleared his throat. If you traveled forward in time and you kill your future self, is that murder or suicide? The three others had the same thinking expression. Good one, Ye-sung commented. Here's a math question for you, Sungmin started. What is 69 times 5? Without missing a beat, Tessa answered, a successful gangbang. God damn it. The others just stared at her. How do you know that? I didn't, Tessa innocently shrugged as they got ready to film that scene. Remember, after this scene, we're going to play cards. Cards? Yay. I remember in forensics my senior year, some of us played cards. And I know people played cards in a band class when I was like, freshman year, I think. So, yeah, cards are always fun. What's this? A tie? Onu acted shocked. What do you say, Tessa? Tessa thought about it for a moment. Let's give him the win. Congratulations, Dong-hae, Onu smiled. So what will your prize be? Dong-hae struck a thinking pose. How about all of your Pokemon cards? I don't own any Pokemon cards, Tessa replied. So much has changed in like 10 years because me and my husband own a lot of Pokemon cards now. And I never really collected Pokemon cards when I was little. So I more or less collected Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But then my brother sold them all. Anyway, I'm still bitter about that. I will never let him, that will never die. How about all of your Pokemon cards? I don't own any Pokemon cards, Tessa replied. How about all your hats? Donghae tried again. No. Tessa instantly replied. Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Donghae tried harder. Still no. Tessa replied. Donghae's expression turned serious. I want you to have hot sex with me right now. Take off your pants. Tessa joined in on the joke. Okay. Onu started laughing as he stopped Donghae from taking off his pants. Taking off his pants to reveal the fish boxers. Dang it. If it's like jokingly like this. Oh my goodness. As they were walking down the halls, they saw a girl running away and crying. Tessa and Yesung shot each other a knowing look before going where the girl ran from. When they turned the corner, they saw two guys, one with a bored expression, and the other wore a panicked one. Tessa seemed to recognize one of them. Woo-hyun, what happened? I told Myung-soo to fuck me silly. Woo-hyun started out, but earned a slap on the arm from Myung-soo. Tessa facepalmed as Yesung chuckled softly. And I thought I was the NG queen. Tessa shook her head. Oh, the botched lines. So funny. So basically what Donghae is doing is that he is going to randomly walk up to us, lay on the table in his sexy pose, and just go, "Hey, sexy," Tessa asked the director. That's exactly what he's going to do, the director confirmed. So he's just basically going to do this, Tessa said before demonstrating what she just asked. She laid on the table in a super sexy pose. And just say something in a sexy voice? Why are you stealing my show? Donghae walked up to them. Whose show am I stealing? Tessa innocently looked at him, even though she still kept her sexy pose. Everybody knows I'm the sexy stud, Donghae boasted. Yeah, but in the story, you don't get the girl. Oof. Oof. Ouch. Oh, stab right in the feels. Ah. Man, Matt, if you're watching this on the VOD, ouch, right in the feels. Right in the feels, man. Donghae just glared at her. Thanks for reminding me. Hey, you got the girl and she has your smile, so you have no right to complain. Tessa had a good point. Donghae just stuck his tongue at her. She has your smile was an older fic than this. I haven't read that one in a long time. But also in a fanfic I've written after this, it is a Donghae fanfiction. And so he does get the girl, obviously. Because there's no love triangle at all. So I kind of stayed away from love triangles after this. So, but yeah, She Has Your Smile is another fanfiction of mine that I wrote earlier than this. Probably like maybe early 2011. So I would have been like 15. So, but that's a conversation for another day. And my writing style has changed so much since then. So, who's all here at the moment? Ituk asked. Us, our parents, and some of your Uma's family are here too, Sendera pondered. Just as she said that, Tessa Nuna! Tessa did a double take as she awaited to be tackled to the ground, but it didn't happen. She then looked about a few feet in front of her to find Hyunsung on the ground. That was so majestic, I've been blinded. Not my fault there was a rock there, Hyunsung pouted before walking back to where he was. And I thought I was the clumsy one. Tessa shook her head before restarting the scene. You say that every year, but the day before your birthday you always go, Hyung, I want this for my birthday. I want you to give me this, and all the other crap. Yesung shot him a stern look. Trust me, I won't do that this year, Yodok smiled. Yesung remained poker-faced. You said that last year. Your point being? Yodok asked. The sound of Yesung's palm connecting to his forehead was clearly audible. Ow. He silently muttered. That kind of hurt. That sounded like it hurt, Yodok commented. We're doing this again, aren't we? Yesung asked, sounding like he already knew the answer. And I thought I was the NG queen, Tessa's voice echoed on set, causing a lot of laughter. More bloopers. Because I did bloopers for the entire story. The entire story up until the finale. So yes, we are just in it for the bloopers. We're in it for the bloopers at this point. Story of my life bloopers, chapter 11 through 20. She's grown up a lot, Isel commented as she sat down next to Ituk. It's hard to believe she'll be 17 next month. 17 right here. Sorry, I do that every time. Ituk replied. How has she been? Isel asked. It's been a roller coaster ride with her, Ituk honestly answered. Dongwu was the same way. After I forgot my line, he hasn't been the same, Isel improvised. I don't think anyone will be the same when someone forgets their line. Ituk started laughing. Sounds fun, Dongai commented as they arrived at the ice cream shop. It is every year, Yesung replied as they walked up to the counter. What can I get you guys today? The cashier smiled. Yeah, can you give me your eyes? Because I can't find them, Dongai joked. Ha ha, very funny, Dongai, the guy sarcastically replied. Suddenly, they heard a loud thud sound. They looked back and saw Wu Hyun rubbing his forehead. You know, Wu Hyun, you pulled the door. Oh, okay, for real. We've all done that a time or two. We have all pushed on a pull door. We've all done that. Donghae told him as he went up to the door and opened it. Really? I didn't know, Wheehan sarcastically replied. Okay, so we're eating Chinese food for lunch today while Yesung and Yeonuk are filming their scenes. Tessa said to the BTS camera. Back in the day, BTS was just behind the scenes and not this super mega K-pop group. This was written before BTS even debuted, so don't come at me. Yeah, armies, don't come at me. So far, we pretty much ate all of it, Donghae commented. What are we gonna do for the fortune cookies? Tessa asked. Donghae then thought for a second. How about we add in bed? That's too basic. Tessa complained. Let's say in bed while touching yourself. Where did I get this from? I feel like I got this from somewhere. You are one sick person. But we'll do it. Donghae then opened his fortune cookie. There is a true and sincere friendship between you and your friends. In bed while touching yourself. Ugh. What kind of friends do you have, Donghae? Tessa laughed. Read yours already. Tessa opened her cookie and it read, you will have a very pleasant experience in bed while touching yourself. What the hell? Donghae started laughing. This is too funny. Hey, Yuna, what does your fortune say? What does your fortune cookie say? Why? Yuna asked. Read your fortune out loud and then add in bed while touching yourself, Tessa told her. Yuna rolled her eyes, but read her fortune anyway. A thrilling time is in your immediate future. In bed while touching yourself. The three just laughed at their own antics. Oh, great. Hashtag, no sexy time, but all the jokes. All the jokes. Yeonuk then walked out of his room and saw Yesung head to the bathroom. Taking a shower, Hyung? Yeah, make sure you answer the phone if it rings, Tessa said before closing, Yesung said before closing the bathroom door. Yeonuk shrugged as he went down to the living room to watch some TV. He watched for about 10 minutes until he heard the door rattling. A moment later, the door finally opened. Yo, does your door work anymore? Tessa asked as she stumbled into the house. It hasn't worked for in over 10 years. Yeonuk replied. That's what she said. What? What is this? Only you, Tessa. Yeonuk shook his head and smiled. As they got to the second floor, they saw something they didn't expect. Well, Tessa didn't expect it, and Yeonuk treated it as a normal thing. Yesung had walked out of the bathroom to grab the towel, but when he saw Tessa, he scrambled back into the bathroom. Tessa had a small look of surprise as she saw the small scene lightning fast. Does this always happen? She asked Yeonuk. Actually, yeah. The cabinet with the towels is just outside the bathroom. Tessa nodded at Yeonuk's explanation. Sometimes Yesung forgets to grab a towel when he takes a shower, but instead of asking someone for a towel, he'll just walk out of the bathroom no problem and grab a towel on his way to his room. Tessa nodded in understanding. Wookie, can you shield Tessa's eyes? Yesung asked from inside the bathroom. No, I want her to say everything of you, Yodok bluntly replied. Tessa then smacked Yodok's stomach for the NG. Everything, huh? Everything. No. Don't you want to go home and rest? Yaesung asked. Believe me, I do. It's just, Ita kicked me out of the house for a moment. The moment I finished unpacking, Tessa replied. Why? Yaesung asked incredulously. Because he said, and I quote, you spend a shitload of time with family all this week. You should spend some time with someone who is not family, Tessa said as she did her Ituk impression, which sounded nothing like Ituk at all. That was a wonderful Ituk impression. Tessa ended up chuckling, which caused Yaesung to laugh. That sounds nothing like me at all, Ituk shouted from off the set. This only caused more laughter on set, enough to get an NG. Wonder how long it took to film all this. Suddenly they heard a small crash from downstairs. Both of them rushed to where the crash was and found Yodok standing with a bowl in his hands. What the hell was that crash? Yaesung asked. Oh, that? Yodok kept a blunt expression. I just killed a spider. Both Tessa and Yaesung stared at him with a what expression? Are you creating a mass genocide of spiders? Tessa asked. Yes, I am, Yodok bluntly replied. Tessa then grabbed the bowl from him. There's not a single mark on this bowl. Oh, I killed a rare kind of spider, Yodok nodded. Is it an invisible spider? Yaesung asked. How'd you know? Yodok laughed while the others facepalmed. As they were setting up for the first scene, Tessa was expressing her thoughts to the nearest camera guy. I have a feeling that this scene's gonna get real awkward real fast, she said. How is that? The camera guy asked. Have you read the script? Tessa chuckled. But don't be alarmed. Ituk is wearing underwear. It's just nude color, and I still feel very disturbed about this scene. Many people will be jealous today, Ituk said as he snuck up on her. This is probably going to have the most NGs. Tessa shook her head. Oh yeah, the scene where Ituk's just naked. Roaming around the house naked. Tessa was casually playing video games in the living room. She felt like not going out at all, and to just take a day playing video games. As she was playing, she heard footsteps from the stairs behind her. Hey, Tessa, yeah? Tessa turned around and saw Ituk standing behind her. Yes, Oppa, dearest, she bluntly replied, but then cracked up. I can't do that without laughing. You're lucky I'm not completely naked, Ituk shot her. Tessa stayed a little quiet. She scanned Ituk up and down and seriously wondered why he walked downstairs naked. Have you checked the laundry room? They are not there, Ituk replied. Well, you have 3 options, Tessa started. 1, you can look harder for your lucky boxers. 2, you can go commando and look for your lucky boxers. 3, you can just parade around the house naked for the rest of the day. Or the bonus 4th option. What's that? Ituk asked, as he knew Tessa probably forgot what to do next. Which is, go streaking right now and leave me the hell alone, Tessa replied as she pointed to the door. Yeah, that'll cause a riot, Ituk started laughing. Let's just get working. I gotta get out of here by 5, Tessa said as she put her phone back in her backpack. After she tossed the backpack to the side of the stage and started helping with the decorations. Well, it's 2:30 right now, Woohyun looked at his watch. If we push hard, we'll get it done. That's what he said. Tessa laughed as she started setting up some of the background boards. Woohyun just stared at her while working. Are you always this perverted? Tessa smirked as she finished. No, I just have a sexy imagination. Woohyun immediately facepalmed. Yes, you do, Tessa. Yes, you do. Ah, goodness. Just as Tessa finished putting the decorations on, she fell off the ladder. She felt the ladder wobble underneath her. The next thing she knew, she lost her footing and the ladder fell off. Tessa braced herself for impact, but it never happened. She opened her eyes and saw that Woohyun had caught her before she hit the ground. Are you really that clumsy? Stubborn, Tessa corrected him. Stubborn? Woohyun said like he meant to mess up. Tessa and Woohyun started laughing because the correction happened so lightning fast. Tessa released a sigh as she arrived at Yesung's house. She then just walked in the front of the door and saw Yodok lounging in the living room. She was about to ask where Yesung was, but he's masturbating right now, god damn it! Yodok said without looking away from the TV. Tessa doubled over in laughter. I think that's not the line, Wook. They then tried the scene again, with Tessa about to walk in the house. When it was time for Yodok's line, he's getting his drag queen on. What the hell, Yodok? Tessa asked through her vicious laughter. Yodok just mindlessly shrugged. They just tried it again for the third time. When Tessa walked in the door, she immediately busted up laughing. Miane, I'm still stuck on masturbating. I mean, when you walk in a room and someone just blatantly tells you that, wouldn't you just bust up laughing too? Since you randomly walked in while I was changing, Yesung sent her a knowing look. What? You look hot, Tessa bluntly told him. Yesung froze upon hearing that. Nobody's ever told me that, he mumbled. Jinja? Well, Tessa reacted. Well, I'm just saying the truth. Yesung scanned Tessa's expression and saw that she was saying the truth. If you keep saying that sort of thing, I might not be able to control myself, he said as he walked towards her, completely forgetting about his shirt. Tessa kept looking him in the eye until she started laughing. Sorry. I'm still hung up on masturbating. Yesung face palmed as he started laughing a little. Just that awkward moment when it's supposed to be serious and you think of something funny in such a super serious moment. Nothing beats that awkwardness. The next day, Yesung went down to the kitchen to get some lunch. He took note on how his Amma and Appa weren't home. As he walked to the fridge, he noticed a note. He took it off the fridge and looked at it. Went to Jeju for our anniversary. I'm going to fuck your father silly until he can't walk anymore. Don't expect us to come home anytime soon, Amma and Appa. Is that really what they wrote? Yodok walked up to him and looked at the note. Yesung just shrugged and tossed the note in a random direction. Oh my god, this is so stupid, but it's so funny. Yodok stared at him suspiciously. Did something happen yesterday? No, Yesung answered a little too quickly. With Tessa Nuna, Yodok was even more suspicious. Yesung suddenly felt 10 times as nervous as he was 3 seconds ago. No, he answered nervously and just continued to make his cereal. Something did happen, Yodok concluded. Kyuhyun, you idiot! They heard Tessa's voice. What are you two doing? Yesung asked. Oh shit, did I say that out loud? Tessa meekly said. Even when she's not in the scene, she's still the NG queen, Yodok remarked. Yep, even when you're not in the scene, you're still disrupting. So you always gotta be respectful when they're trying to do their scenes. Later that night, Tessa had arrived at Kyuhyun's house. It didn't dawn on her until she rang the doorbell that she'd never been to Kyuhyun's house before. Normally, when they had a gaming tournament, Tessa had other plans or something urgent came up. Moments later, Kyuhyun opened the door. Hey, you actually made it, he sarcastically greeted, but when Tessa made a move to walk inside, he closed the door in her face. Yeah, Tessa shouted as she banged on the door. Not funny, Q. Kyuhyun then opened the door. I was only kidding. He then playfully kissed her on the cheek and closed the door again. What the hell? Tessa started laughing. When Ituk woke up and walked downstairs, he was extremely surprised by the decorations in the living room. What really surprised him was a giant teddy bear sitting in the middle of the decorations. What the? He was obviously shocked by everything. The doorbell suddenly rang and he went to answer the door. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a giant bear. The bear started dancing in a comedic manner, and that made Ituk smile. The bear then wiggled its butt in a cute fashion, and then started doing an assortment of sexy dances. What are you doing? Ituk asked through his laughter. I'm entertaining you, Tessa said while she still had the bear costume on. Ituk just shook his head as he continued to laugh. Ita kept shooting her strange glances, but chose to ignore it for the first time. For the time being. About half an hour later, they decided to head home. Tessa tried her best to keep Ituk away from the ice cream stores. No matter how many times Ituk tried to convince her, he used the ego trick, the bribing trick. He even tried to play the old man card. But Tessa stayed strong and kept him away. Ituk just kept pouting and poking her shoulder. Don't do ego, Tessa bluntly told him. Why not? Ituk pouted more. An old man shouldn't do ego, Tessa said as she patted his head. Ituk glanced at her before picking her up and lifting her on his shoulder. Thanks to you, we have to do the scene over again. Yesung then turned his head to meet Tessa's eyes. So, Tessa started, you were the one that put me near the sprinkler. No, Yesung nervously replied as he slowly backed away from Tessa. Tessa's smirk grew more evil. I don't believe you. I love you? Yesung tried his best to get out of this sticky situation. Nice try. Tessa's eyes screamed evil before she started chasing Yesung around the backyard. Tessa decided to jump on Yesung's back just to get revenge, but he ended up falling on her first attempt. I told you, you need to work on that. Yesung turned around and told her. Shut up, Tessa pouted and tried jumping on him again. Oh. Needed a drink. Well, what do you want to say? She nervously asked. I like you, Woohyun said just before he planted a kiss on her. Tessa's eyes widened with shock as her mind went blank. Once she got her composure, she gently pushed Woohyun away. But he ended up falling down due to the force. Wimp, Tessa commented before Woohyun got up. I'm not a wimp, you just pushed me too hard, Woohyun debated. I barely pushed you, Tessa defended. Let's just do that again, Woohyun got his composure. Tessa shot him a knowing look. You just wanted to kiss me again, didn't you? Woohyun suspiciously looked left and right. Maybe? And also, to my knowledge, I have never done written bloopers in any other story but this one. So this is very special. Kazima, Tessa muttered through her sobs. Yesung then turned around to face her. Look at me. Tessa then looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, and it just broke Yesung's heart even more. With quick reflexes, Yesung pulled Tessa into a heartwarming hug. Tessa just started crying even more, and Yesung just let her cry. After a few moments, you smell nice, Tessa muttered into his chest. That's all you can think about? Yesung chuckled softly. You smell like cherries, Tessa muttered once again. I know that's your favorite flavor, Yesung replied. I would let go, but I'm too comfortable, Tessa mumbled. Me too. Aw, that's cute, but that's not how it goes. If only we could use that take. Yesung then proceeded to carry Tessa to her room. He then gently set her down on the bed and attempted to leave her room, but he didn't get very far since Tessa grabbed his hand. I totally forgot what I was supposed to say, so I'm just gonna hold your hand, Tessa mumbled. Okay, you always forget your lines, so it's cool, Yesung calmly said. Tessa looked up at him and just shook her head. At least I don't have to cheat. At least I don't have a cheat sheet like somebody I know. Actually, I think I've seen a lot of people just kind of, like actors, like review their lines offset and just kind of go into it, you know? So there's nothing wrong with having a cheat sheet as long as you perform good. Tessa was just sitting atop of the staircase waiting for her cue to enter. Okay, Yesung is supposed to make me pancakes right now, she told the camera. Pancakes are one of the easiest things to cook, and there's a 1 in 10 chance he won't screw it up. Why is that? And the camera guy asked. He's normally an epic fail, but he's still a little lovable goof, Tessa answered. Plus Yorok does the cooking. You know I can hear you, Yesung shouted from the kitchen. Oh shit, Tessa mumbled. What was that? Yesung sounded like a parrot. What was that? Yesung sounded like a parrot ready to scold his child. I said ocean, Tessa slyly replied. Yeah, ocean. Ocean. Yeah. My softball team has used that one a few times. Oh, really now? Issa couldn't help but chuckle himself. Well, since Tessa's busy playing video games, so that's the main reason why I answered the phone. How do I know Tessa's just too lazy to answer the phone? Ita questioned. You cunt-sucking motherfucker! How dare you fatality me fucking twice in a fucking row! Tessa yelled when Kyuhyun defeated her once again. Jeez, how many times did you say fuck? Yisung asked. I didn't say fuck at all. I said fucker, and I said fucker once and fucking twice. Tessa scoffed. Yisung facepalmed. I should have known that smart aleck remark was coming. That wasn't the only thing that was coming, Tessa smirked. Don't go there. Yisung tried to stop the joke before it got out of hand. Yep, can't let the jokes go too far. Even though some of them went too far earlier. Anyway. Now, I just have one question for you. Yesung started. When did you learn such colorful language? Tessa suppressed a laugh. Do you really want to know? Yesung nodded. I would very much like to know how my girlfriend learned such colorful language. Tessa smirked, then leaned in and whispered something in his ear. After she told that story, that's how my language is so colorful. Yesung's jaw dropped. How can you let someone so young be exposed to such language? Tessa just shrugged. If you guys really want to know what I just told him, I basically told him that when I was in school in America, my English teacher was on the phone with his wife and he was cussing her out for something, and the whole class was just in total shock. That's just sad, Yesung added. Very. Tessa shook her head before redoing the scene. I don't think that's really happened, but I do remember one time a choir teacher came to school drunk before, you know. She was let go that year. So, yeah, that was fun. Well, we have to get going. We need to meet with the rest of the crew by 4, Sankyu said as he looked at his watch. Are you guys going to be working on your super secret project? Okay, so now we're in the chapters we just read today. Donghae asked. Yes, we are going to work on it, and now you may not know what it is, Tessa answered. Donghae just stared at her. It's a super secret project to seduce me into having hot sex with your mom? How'd you guess? Tessa followed along with his gag. I'm just that good, Donghae boasted himself as Tessa playfully slapped his arm. Yes. Yeah. Great, super secret plan. It's so fucking hot out, Yoongi whined. For once I agree with Yoongi, Kyubong whined with him. If it's so fucking hot out, should I just leave? Bonhwa joked. That earned him a swift kick in the ass. Can I kick him again? I feel like that wasn't the best I could do, Tessa asked the director. Face it, you just like the feeling of your foot up my ass, Bonhwa chuckled. Maybe you just like it because it's the second best of someone's dick up your ass. Oh my god! Tessa shouted her comeback. She got you good, dude. Sankyu started laughing. What is this? What is happening? That's still 11 centimeters taller than me, while Hyunki is 22 centimeters taller than I am. Tessa continued to pout. You are really self-conscious about your height, huh? Bonhwa smirked. When she's next to tall people like Hyunki, then she's extremely self-conscious, Sankyu answered. The conversations just consisted of poking fun of Tessa's height and Hyunki complaining about the heat, up until they reached the cafe. Once they set foot in the door, Hyunki took a deep breath before saying, I absolutely forgot what I was supposed to shout. I think the heat got to you so much you forgot your line, Kwang-sun commented. As much as I want to stay here and enjoy the AC, we need to go outside and do another take. Tessa broke the news to the others. Everybody groaned before walking back outside into the heat. Yay! More bloopers. Alright, chapter 21 to 30. So, yeah. I love these written bloopers so much. I love them a lot. Oh hey, we're back to B1A4. Oh, the references to such older things. B1, Ita called out. Miss, Tessa bluntly replied. A4. Hit. Ita's expression turned dark. B2. Miss, Tessa replied, but then smirked. ST. You just wanted another K-pop reference. Ituk knew what she was up to. Not my fault if I like Balasa and Batoost. Those are references to this old YouTube channel called Eat Your Kimchi. I believe Simon and Martina have been split up for a while, but I watched them a lot, and they would make fun of Beast and B1A4's name because they had numbers in them, and they would say the Korean number for it. So Beast, because 2 is E in Korean, so it'd be Beast, but they call it Batoost. And then Balasa, 1 is Il and 4 is Sa, so B1A4 would read Balasa. Anyway, that's an explanation of an old joke from YouTubers back then. But I did like B1A4 a lot. I still do. I don't really follow Beast as much. They're highlight now, but anyway. Tessa started laughing. Are you going to call your next move or what? Ituk stared at her for a few moments before making his move. Q42. Miss, Tessa cleverly called out. Mars 22. You sunk my spaceship! Ituk stood up and started to be dramatic. Tessa doubled over in laughter. If only this was improv. Yes, if only it was. I mean, I don't know who makes the rules. I do, I guess, because I wrote this. I wrote this, so I made the rules. Ituk just stared at her for the longest time. I hate it when you do that. Tessa just smirked back at him as they continued to play their game. It was all going well until... Sexy, free, and single, I'm ready to bingo. Which also, that's Sexy, Free, and Single, song by Super Junior. It was the title track to their 6th album of the same name. Ituk shot Tessa the strangest look, and the latter had an equally strange look. Are you going to answer that? Nope. And Tessa replied as her phone continued to ring. Answer the damn phone! Donghae yelled from off the set. What if I don't want to? Tessa shot Donghae a look. Then we'll have to count this as an NG. Donghae replied. Ituk then walked up to Eunhye. Eunhyuk, Donghae, I haven't seen you guys in a while. Likewise, Ituk Young, Eunhyuk replied. So what are you planning to do today? Ituk asked. We were just heading to the park and possibly to the karaoke bar, Donghae shrugged. Ituk nodded in response just as Tessa came back downstairs. Alright, but if Tessa gets raped, I'm holding Eunhyuk responsible. Ituk said before they left. Eunhyuk's expression was one of worry. Are you sure? I think she's the one I should try to... somebody. Don't worry, we'll try to gangbang some strangers so it's all good. Tessa joined in on the joke. Oh, man. Why did I do that? Donghae pretty much facepalmed for everybody on set. Yeah, same, Donghae. Same. Ituk released a sigh when he closed the door. Well, alone at home again. Tessa's out with friends, and Sora's busy for the next 2 days. I have nothing to do. He then grabbed the newspaper and randomly looked through it. He came across an article that seemed to grab his interest. Ituk scoffed. And Tessa never told me about this. She never told me she doodles in the script. Why'd you grab the script? Tessa asked from behind the camera. I just grabbed whatever was closest to me. Yes, the old script newspaper. Ituk released yet another sigh. Decisions, decisions. So many to make in a lifetime. He then glanced at a picture of Tessa and his Oma from 10 years ago. Oma, I wonder what you're up to right now. If you can hear me, tell me whether I should go to the store now or wait for Tessa. Suddenly, Ituk's wallet that was sitting on the counter moved a little bit, but it didn't fall. You're supposed to reel it in faster, Tessa told Eunhyuk as she grabbed the fishing pole from him. Donghae then turned towards the camera. We don't need fancy effects, we just need a monkey with a fishing pole and we're all good. Monkey and a fishing pole, and can't forget the fish boxers, because that will never leave me alone. How long has she been missing? Kangin asked as he ordered a drink from the bartender. 6 hours, Ituk replied with a mysterious tone. But I know for a fact that she's in here. Here as in this bar? Kangin seemed shocked by the information that had entered his mind. Ituk nodded as he turned to the bartender. Riddle me this, Yunashi. Have you ever forgotten what your little sister looked like and had trouble describing her because you forgot your line? Yes, that happens to me all the time, Yuna bluntly replied. She's 161 centimeters tall, a little chubby, and she was with Yesung, who is 178 centimeters, dark spiky hair, and has small hands. Kagin told Ituk his line. Fine then, Ituk playfully scoffed as they started to redo that scene. Who was the kidnapper? Yuna asked, as curiosity overcame her mind. Ituk then stood up and walked to the foreground as he was about to narrate. I've been keeping this in ever since I stepped foot into the bar, but I know all along who the kidnapper was. I just wanted to play up the scene a little bit, for as the kidnapper was about to cross paths with us. Ituk then walked back to his seat. He then froze for a bit. After nailing that monologue perfectly, I forgot what I was supposed to say. That sounds like something Tessa would do. Yuna chuckled. This is totally going to be fun, sitting on top of a mechanical white turtle, Tessa said, as the camera just said to the camera just before filming the scene. What do you think of this scene? The person asked her. I like it because it's out of the ordinary, Tessa started. It's supposed to be a dream, and I really like these types of scenes. Who is the voice of the turtle? Funny you should ask that, Tessa cracked a smile. It's actually Yesung's voice, but they used some auto-tune magic and made his voice sound more epic. She then looked up and saw the director waving at her. Now I gotta go climb on that giant turtle. She shot the camera a thumbs up before heading to go film. Yay, so it was actually a mechanical turtle that they just filmed, and it was Yesung's voice as the turtle. Makes sense, right? Yes, princess, the prince would be pleased to see you, the guy said before grabbing her wrist and dragging her deeper in the castle. Who are you? Tessa asked. I am the prince's brother, Kim Yodok. Yodok smiled. Tessa was about to ask another question, but she was suddenly pushed forward. Unfortunately, she ended up tripping over her feet. Hey, Captain Genius, she said to Yodok. I wasn't supposed to trip. I didn't push you that far, Yodok defended. Bullshit, Tessa objected. You just wanted to push me, she said. She then put on her best pout. You do know we have to do that again, don't you? Yodok asked with a sly smirk. You just wanted to push her again, it's fine. You bring the ammo? Ituk asked as he was a super spy. If by ammo you mean water, then yes, I do have it, Kangin replied as he handed Ituk the bottle of water. When Ituk took a swig of water, Kangin knew where he was going with this. By the time Tessa had woken up slightly and sat up, hey, what's going? Before she finished her question, Ituk had spit the water in her chest. Tessa took a deep breath and said, You do realize you hit me in the boobs, right? I am very aware of this fact, Ituk replied. Okay, then I guess we're doing this again, Kangin awkwardly commented. Yeah, how can you just miss a face shot like that? Okay, that's out of context. That's weird. Anyway. Tessa just stared back at him for a few moments. I suppose you had a death wish before attempting to wake me up? I tried to warn him, Kangin defended himself. I know you did, Tessa said softly towards Kangin. Ituk, she said in an evil tone. Yes, sister dear? Ituk asked with a sugar-sweet smile. Without another word, Tessa tackled Ituk and pretty much made him eat the carpet. After pulling his arm around his back, she bent down to his ear. You're lucky today is my birthday. Because it's my birthday, I'm sparing your life. Kangin just started laughing. Then Ituk spoke up. You know, this is pretty comfortable. You are really weird, Tessa commented. Who was that directed to? Me or the guy having a laughing fit? Ituk asked. Both of you, Tessa instantly replied. About 5 minutes later, they arrived at the ice cream shop. When they stepped in the door, Sungyu-shi! Yeah, I can tell you were already here. No need to shout, Sungyu glared at Tessa. Hey, it's my birthday. I can shout whenever I want. Tessa crossed her arms and pouted. Don't even think about saying anything else, otherwise she'll only debate you even more. Ituk told Sungyu. I wouldn't imagine. And Sungyu sighed. And you are? I'm Ituk, Tessa's father. Ituk smiled and put an arm around Tessa. Sungyu did a double take. You look pretty young to be your father. Yeah, he totally did it with my Uma when he was 5, Tessa sarcastically commented. Ituk wore a playful smile. Hey, I was a stud back then. All the ladies wanted me. When you were 5? Tessa asked. Don't judge me. Ituk was quick on the retort. And might I ask the same question to you? Woohyun fired back at Ituk. Ituk smirked. I'm her say fiance and I'll castrate you, Tessa said with a voice filled with venom. After a small pause and looking at Ituk's face, your siblings, aren't you? Woohyun figured it out. Yes, and I'm the sexier of the two. Ituk flipped the switch and smirked. Why? Tessa asked, but then regretted it. I'm sexy and I know it. Ituk started singing. Both Woohyun and Tessa facepalm while Sungyu was just shaking his head. It was now 8:32 p.m. and Tessa and Ituk evacuated pretty much everybody except for one. Ituk walked over to Yaesung. She had a pretty amazing day so far. Only you can make the cake joke that I totally forgot. I thought I read that wrong for a second. I thought I read that wrong. Icing on the cake, Yaesung told Ituk's line. Tessa then walked up to them and Ituk said, but the cake is a lie. The cake is a lie. Man, I want to play Portal. You mean my whole life has been a lie? Tessa's expression was priceless. I'm sorry to say, Yaesung dramatically trailed off and Tessa broke into fake tears and cried into his chest. Ituk started laughing and that caused everyone else to laugh. He then found more pictures of her and some other people. A picture of Tessa and Yaesung caught his eye, and he grabbed it off the wall. But what was more surprising was a small hole behind the picture that contained a bag of candy. Ituk's jaw dropped. Park Tessa! You were supposed to shout my Korean name! Tessa shouted from downstairs. Ituk stood still for a moment. Shit. So this is the scene where Yoda gets to parade around the house shirtless. Tessa started to explain the scenes to the camera guy. And I think Yaesung is the only one affected by this, Yoda commented. I mean, hey, he looks pretty good shirtless, and Yaesung is against it? Tessa smirked. And let the Yaewook fanfics commence! Yaewook is the ship name for Yaesung and Yorok. Yes, lots of ship names. Yaewook fanfics commence! Yorok dramatically said as he made a dramatic pose. Later that night, Tessa was just strolling through the park, minding her own business, when all of a sudden she heard some music. She then followed the sound and noticed a small stage where Donghae was dancing. Any particular reason you're dancing in the park? Tessa asked as she stepped towards him. Donghae seemed to be startled by her appearance. Yes, there is. I want you to bear my children, he said flatly. Tessa just blankly stared at him. You do know what step you need to take in order for me to bear your children, right? Let's do it right now, Donghae said as he made some sort of move towards Tessa. Okay, enough, Yaesung yelled from offset. Donghae and Tessa started laughing before they restarted the scene. Shut up, both of you, and let's just carry these two to school before they leave. The first guy smacked the two upside the head. Yes, Suho, Kai and Becken replied as they both carried Tessa and Yuna over their shoulders, respectively. After a few moments, you know, you're pretty light, Kai commented. Everyone always says that, and yet I weigh like 60 kilograms. I was like, maybe somewhere between 130 and 140. I think 135 maybe? I can't remember. Tessa sighed as she failed to understand how people call her light. Tessa then glanced over at his paper. You got put with your fucking friends. Not fair. I didn't do this shit. Or I didn't do shit, Eunhyuk defended. Before Tessa could punch Eunhyuk in the face, a guy walked up to their table. You're Park Tessa, right? Tessa looked up at him. Yes, and you are? Song Sung-jin. He smiled. Nice to meet you. Tessa wore a smile, and Eunhyuk stared at her strangely. How can you smile when you're about to kill me? Eunhyuk objected. Easy. Mass monkey murder was on my to-do list today, Tessa casually replied. Sung-jin started laughing, and Eunhyuk started protesting against what Tessa just told him. Excuse me. Yes, mass monkey murder. Sure. Well, I think we know who the leader of this operation is, Hwang Jae sarcastically said, despite Tessa threatening to punch him in the face. When Tessa was about to flip Hwang Jae over the table, someone picked her up and held her at a distance. What the hell? Tessa shouted. Calm down, Tessa, Nisung calmly told her. No, Tessa cutely replied. Nisung then put her down. I tried, he calmly said and walked away. Gee, thanks, Hwang Jae sarcastically said. I mean, he tried. There was an effort. There was an attempt. When Tessa arrived home, she noticed that Ituk wasn't home. She assumed he went to the store or something. After she got changed into comfortable clothes, she decided to head downstairs and just walk through a few routines. After about 15 minutes, she heard the doorbell ring. She quickly paused the music and hurried to the front door. Just as she opened the door, she felt her knee wobble and fell. You know what the funny thing is? Tessa started out. I felt my knee actually give out on me. Now my leg hurts. You're not supposed to hurt yourself, Dong-ae scolded. Shut up. Shit happens, Tessa pouted. I mean, I think I did mention, like, sometimes that does happen. Wait, was this the knee you hurt from months ago? Dong-ae asked. Yep, Tessa shyly replied. Dong-ae then proceeded to put some ointment on her knee. Your knee feeling any better? A little bit. It then got a little quiet between the two. Dong-ae seemed to be a little lost in his own world as he kept staring at Tessa. The latter seemed to be a smidge confused about his stares, but when he started leaning in, he started laughing. Sorry, I'm just getting a little nervous that I get to kiss you again, Dong-ae said through his soft chuckles. You're going to create multiple NGs just to kiss me several times, aren't you? Tessa knew where he was going with this. That's a possibility, Dong-ae bashfully commented. Even though Dong-ae didn't get the girl in the main story, he's trying everything in the bloopers. Whatever works. Whatever works. Tessa had ran off to a place where she knew she could possibly get answers. She seemed wary of the neighborhood, but she complied and banged on the door. Who the fuck is banging on the... Tessa? What a pleasant surprise. The guy turned 180 degrees upon seeing Tessa. To Tessa's surprise, she started laughing. I'm sorry, whenever someone nails their lines perfectly, I start laughing, thinking, I can't match up to that. Well, I am Kim Hee-chul, the king of perfection, Hee-chul confidently said. Oh, Hee-chul. Oh, Hee-chul. One of my favorites in Super Junior for sure. Tessa seemed to be a little more confused now. Point blank, you still have some sort of hidden feelings for Dong-ae, Kang-hee bluntly told her. How is that? Tessa asked. Riddle me this, Tessa. Hee-chul grabbed her shoulder and made her look him in the eye. You have very pretty eyes. Is it because you can see your reflection in them? Tessa asked as she hit the mark. Hee-chul seemed surprised. I've taught you well. Oof, what a line. It's like, you have pretty eyes. Why? Because you can see your reflection in them? They then sat down on the secluded bench and Tessa felt a little nervous. What's bothering you? Yusung asked. I'm just going to be completely honest with you, Tessa started, but then suddenly forgot what she was going to say, so she improvised. I'm madly in love with your brother. Yusung just stared at her for a little bit. It's because of his dick, isn't it? You got it, Tessa bluntly replied before the two started laughing. Oh, what a plot twist that would have been. To go with the brother. Dong-ae stared after him with a strange expression. That was weird. What was weird? Dong-ae remained motionless until he realized he was supposed to fall. He then fell, but Eunhyuk started laughing. What amazing reaction time you have there, he commented. Thanks, I tried, Donga casually replied as he got up so they can redo that particular scene. Just the simple stuff like that, it just gives me life. The two then started walking to class. If I tell you, promise you won't overreact. Promised, Eunhyuk showed his gummy smile. Donga then released a sigh. I kissed Tessa. Silence. Okay then, Eunhyuk shrugged off. You were supposed to overreact, Donga bluntly told him. Oh, Eunhyuk started to get nervous and cleared his throat. What the fuck, man? That's better, Donga started laughing. Ah yes, it's the classic, don't overreact. They overreact. As he was walking to his house, he was just in deep thought the whole time. About a block away from his house, he stepped into the grocery store, not really having a purpose of being there. Donga, what are you doing here? Sungmin asked as he walked up to him. Your mom, Donga lazily replied. I think you've been talking to Tessa way too much offset, Sungmin made that comment. I think you're right, Donga nodded as the realization hit him. What's going on Saturday? Sungmin asked. Yesung invited me to hang out with him and Tessa, Donga replied. Sungmin nodded in understanding, but then he had a thought. You know, we don't hang out as much as we used to. That lightened Donga's mood. Yeah, we should work on that. All of a sudden, Donga's phone went off. Hey, Kyuhyun, you called the wrong phone. Sungmin shouted to the said person who was offset. Not my fault, there's only one number that's different between your numbers, Kyuhyun shouted back. Donga released a sigh and shook his head. Ah, phone communications, always the best. Yes, the phone communications. Oh man, we got the last set of bloopers. The last set of bloopers before the finale. And we literally just read all of these, so this will be fun when it's fresh in your mind. Where's Yesung? Donga asked, and just about that time, both of them received a text message. Both of them looked at their phones and seemed a little suspicious. Hey Donga, read your text for me, Tessa said as she grew a little suspicious. Donga, something came up and I can't make it. Have fun on your date. : close parentheses. You're supposed to read smiley face, Tessa corrected him. Oh, Donga seemed a little embarrassed. The : close parentheses. Nice. The two then just wandered aimlessly in the mall. As they walked around, Tessa happened to find a store with many styles of the dresses. Many different styles of dresses. Wow, I can read. She then slowly made her way into the store, and Donga followed suit. You? Looking at dresses? What has the world come to? Donga joked. As he stood by Tessa's side. Hello, Fotu. Hello, hi. I see you there. We're reading bloopers that I wrote of the story. Yeah, I know. Tessa playfully smiled. Next thing you know, it'll be raining outside. Donga chuckled at her playfulness. So, why are you looking at the dresses? I'm looking at them because I forgot why I was looking at them, Tessa cutely replied. Why are you so adorable? Donga practically squealed. Because I'm just that awesome, Tessa chuckled. It was only about a 10-minute walk, but they arrived at Tessa's house with no problem. Well, today was a little unexpected, but I had fun, Tessa said. Me too, and I'm really glad you had fun. Donga smiled. Donga then leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, fairly close to her lips. That was awfully close to my lips there, buddy, Tessa commented. I know, Donga slyly replied. Who are you and what have you done with Donga? Tessa asked. What do you mean by that? Donga innocently asked back. You're usually never this sneaky. Tessa scanned him up and down. Donga just shrugged as he patted her head. Because that was just supposed to be a normal kiss on the cheek, but nope, he's a little sly behind the scenes. Both of them made their way to Tessa's room. Ituk then proceeded to violently knock on the door. Tessa, yeah, open up. The door slightly opened, and Tessa blankly stared at Ituk and Sora. What? Ituk then held his hand in pain. I think I hit the door too hard. Tessa then chuckled a little. Your hand couldn't handle the rough sex it had with the door? Apparently not. Ituk started laughing too. Sora just shook her head as she too started laughing. Sora then smiled. You know what makes me feel better when I get depressed? Tessa's ears perked up. Going shopping! Without a moment of hesitation, Sora paid the cafe bill and dragged Tessa to the nearest shopping mall. Unfortunately, she happened to grab Tessa's arm too tight and almost made her run into something. Whoa, Sora! Tessa started laughing. Are you taking me shopping or trying to kill me? Both? Sora jokingly answered. Of course. Tessa continued to laugh. I'll be downstairs if you need me, Tessa blankly said as she headed downstairs. The door to the basement closed just as the doorbell rang. Ituk opened the front door and was greeted by Yaesung. You know, you could have just walked in like you normally do, Ituk said. I know. The door didn't open, so I tried plan B, Yaesung casually replied. I guess opening the door doesn't work? Oh my god. Of course these jokes. Ugh. Yaesung shook his head. No, it does not. By the looks of it, she hasn't shown any emotion, even when listening to music. Hey, are you alright? Yaesung asked as he stepped closer to her. Tessa looked up and down and met his eyes, but looked away shortly after. Yaesung seemed a little irritated. You know, you can talk to me, Yaesung tried. Tessa just shrugged and looked away. Yaesung released a sigh and suddenly thought of something. All of a sudden, Tessa started laughing. I didn't even do anything yet. Yaesung seemed surprised by her sudden laugh attack. I know, the anticipation got to me. It's like, you know, when you tell a funny story, but you start laughing before you get to the funny part? I think that's kind of what happened. Tessa then wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tight. Yaesung seemed a little shocked, but on instinct he hugged her back. Thank you, Yaesung, Tessa mumbled. It's nothing, really. It doesn't take that much effort to make you laugh, Yaesung chuckled. Shut up, Tessa mumbled, but hugged him tighter. I have a question. Why did you set me up with Dong the other day? Yaesung sighed. I wanted to rape your brother? Oh, okay, that's understandable. Tessa chuckled. Yeah, I just forgot what I was supposed to say. Yaesung started laughing as well. Yeah, not a fan of those jokes now. Yeah, but I was also 17. I was a teenager when I wrote these, so times have changed. Just a few reasons, Tessa started. 1, my craving for chocolate ice cream has skyrocketed since last night. 2, I feel extremely lazy today and probably will for the next few days. 3, getting pissed off for unnecessary reasons is definitely the fan favorite activity for the week. Kyuhyun stared at her for a few moments. Sounds fun. Tessa then glared at Kyuhyun. Believe me, it's fun alright, she sarcastically replied. What's really on your mind? Kyuhyun asked as he sat down next to her on the bench. The look Tessa gave him, but then she pouted. I really want to kick you in the crotch again. Kyuhyun released a small chuckle and hung his head low. He would say that. Kyuhyun couldn't help but smile. Just as Tessa left the park, Yaesung walked up to Kyuhyun and sat down where Tessa was previously. Has Tessa acted differently lately? Considering she's on her period right now, I'd say she has acted differently, Kyuhyun bluntly replied, only to have Tessa come back and slap him upside the head. Why the hell would you say that? You're acting so violent. Toys, please. Oh, sorry. I was telling my oldest daughter something. You're acting violent, Kyuhyun snidely commented. Tessa rolled her eyes. Nice one, Captain Obvious. You're welcome, Sergeant Sarcasm, Kyuhyun replied. Indeed, Comrade Comeback, Tessa smirked. Thank you, Senor Smartass. Kyuhyun poked her stump. Excuse me. Tessa then started walking away and saluted. Anytime, Dictator Dickhead. Ye-sung was totally baffled by Kyuhyun and Tessa's recent conversation. I think I had to Google a whole bunch of those. But that is funny. She then walked to her dance class with Mr. Seo. When she walked in the door, she found Dong-ae practicing a dance by himself. She then walked up to him and just watched him dance. It was a few seconds later when he finally noticed her. "Oh, Tessa, what are you doing here?" Dong-ae asked nervously. "Your mom?" Tessa bluntly answered, which got Dong-ae cracking up laughing. She then turned to the camera. "Why couldn't that be my line?" Of course, right? Why couldn't that just be the line? "Are you sure you're doing the right thing by avoiding spending time with her?" Kyuhyun was still confused by with his plan. "Trust me, I know her well enough that I know she needs to be alone right now," Ye-sung honestly replied. "I think I would just make things worse if I would constantly be with her when she's seemingly depressed." Kyuhyun seemed taken aback at how much Ye-sung knew Tessa. "So, your house after school?" Ye-sung nodded and waited for Tessa to wake up, but she never did. He started shaking her. "Wake up, sleepyhead." Tessa lifted her head up and glared at Ye-sung with sleepy eyes. You must be really tired," Kyuhyun commented. "No shit," Tessa then glared at Kyuhyun. Tessa smiled after reading the message and continued on her way home. She went straight to her room. When arriving home, the first thing she saw when she entered the room was a brand new dress laying in her bed. Before she could make a comment, she waited for Ituk to say his line, but no avail. "Ituk-oppa, did you forget something?" she shouted. There was a small moment of silence until, "The dress came in the mail for you from Aunt Isel." Tessa face-palmed, but started laughing anyway. "Eunhae are at it again," Sungmi sighed. "Eunhae?" Tessa seemed confused. Lee Eun-hyuk and Lee Dong-hae, the two kinkas of the school. Sungmin cleared her confusion. "What are they doing?" Tessa asked as she was genuinely curious. "Each other," Sungmin instantly replied. "That was a dumb question," Tessa chuckled. "I bet Eunhae fangirls are really eating this up right now." Oh, goodness. Those two. Yodok then looked out the window. Yuri always played the ditz, and it got annoying real fast. She would always cling on to him, and she never let him live his own life. I barely got to spend any time with him. Those few months seemed like forever until the day when they broke up. "How did that go?" Tessa asked. Ye-sung was the one that broke up with her after she cheated on him, but Yuri threw a fit and trashed her house. "That sounds like something she would do," Tessa mumbled. "I don't really know what exactly happened between them, but I'm sure if Ye-sung really trusts you, he would tell you about what happened because, in my own opinion," Yodok took a deep breath, "I think you have every right to know." Tessa just nodded as they awaited the director's call. "And cut. Excellent job, you guys," the director said. "Did we really just do that in one take?" Tessa seemed impressed. Yodok was just as impressed as Tessa. "I'm surprised I kept a straight face." "Me too, considering I'm still stuck on masturbation." From, like, earlier bloopers. Oh man, that's funny to me. "You sicko," Yodok playfully pushed Tessa. "Actually, there is," Ye-sung softly replied. He then sat next to Tessa on his bed. "I've been meaning to tell you this for a while now, but I never found the right time." "Just say it," Tessa told him. Ye-sung took a deep breath. "I'm a vampire." Tessa smirked and took a deep breath. "No! Not another Twilight ripoff!" Ye-sung started laughing at her silliness. "You're so silly." "Damn right I am," Tessa nodded, proud of the fact that Ye-sung just called her silly. Yes, a vampire." As me and my husband jokingly say it, because, you know, a couple years ago when, the Rona happened, we watched the entirety of Twilight. Me and my husband watched all the Twilight movies. It was basically just making fun of it the whole time. And, we would, mispronounce vampire on purpose, and it would be vampire. And you gotta have the little R roll in there, vampire. At least I can roll my R's. That's something my husband can't say. That's one thing I have above him, is I can roll my R's. After Dange hung up on Yuna, she headed straight to Tessa's house next door. After mashing the doorbell several times, Tessa finally opened the door. "What's up, Yuna?" Tessa asked. Guess it's time to get some steak dinner for the vampire. Yes, the vampire. Yuna didn't reply, and instead she grabbed Tessa's arm and dragged her out of the house and to the nearest clothing store. At this point, Tessa's used to Yuna dragging her out of the house and taking her shopping. "What are you doing?" Tessa asked when she saw Yuna looking at the dresses that weren't her size. "Your mom," Yuna bluntly replied as she was looking at the dresses. Tessa looked up to the camera. "I walked into that one." Yuna tried her best to hide her laughter. Dange and Kyuhyun were watching Yuna and Tessa do their scene in the dress shop. "We were just waiting for Yuna to call so I can say my lines," Dange said to the BTS camera. Again, this was written before BTS even debuted. Don't come at me, armies. They then saw Yuna dial Dange's number and waited. Kyuhyun then nudged Dange, and the latter tried not to laugh. Dange answered his phone. "Yupseo? Are you lying?" "Are you— Whatever, you're totally lying. You're totally lying, alligator mouth. You suck." He then hung up the phone and kept pouting. What's with the pout? I still don't get how she had the better insult. Hold on. I'm gonna dig up that conversation. Because we have both sides of the phone call now. Okay, so I have it right here on my phone. She then called Dange back. Okay. Dange answered his phone. "Yopseo? We found a dress. Are you lying?" "I'm not lying." "Whatever, you're totally lying, alligator mouth." "Well, you have fish brains. You suck. I'll see you later." And that's how that phone call went. He then hung up the phone and kept pouting. What's with that pout? Kyuhyun asked. I still don't get how she has a better insult. Fish for brains. The two of them made their way to the crowd and found their friends. Tessa then spotted Ye-sung and some of his friends. Before she had the chance to say hello, somebody tackle-hugged her. "Tessa Nuna, you are so pretty out there!" Yodok cheered as he hugged her tight. Thank you, Yodoka. Can you let go of me now?" Tessa breathlessly replied. Ye-sung then made a move to pry Yodok off Tessa, but Yodok moved Tessa out of the way. "Back off, Hyung. I want to hug her," he cutely told him. "Okay." Ye-sung raised his hands up in defeat and just let Yodok hug Tessa. "What kind of boyfriend are you?" Tessa chuckled as she watched Ye-sung walk away from them. And those are the bloopers. That's everything up to this point. Here it is. The final chapter of Story of My Life and this series. The final chapter. Now that we had some great laughs with the bloopers, it's time to conclude this story. It was a calm Saturday morning, and Tessa was brutally woken up by Ituk. "Yo, it's time to wake up!" The moment the door opened, Tessa threw her pillow at Ituk and hit him square in the face. "It's 6:45 a.m. I should be sleeping," Tessa said with her voice filled with venom. "No, you should be having breakfast with me." Ituk smiled and threw the pillow back at her. Tessa caught the pillow with her left hand. "Fine, I'll be down in a few." Ituk smiled as he left her room. Tessa just stared at her door weirdly. "Hello, Kelly. I see the hearts. Hello, hello." Ito's room. Tessa just stared at her door weirdly as she made a move to go downstairs. Just as she arrived downstairs, she heard some music blasting. Tessa sighed in defeat, knowing that Ituk hit her weak spot. "Just relax and dance," Ituk cheered and started randomly dancing. Tessa gave in and started dancing with him. She started laughing and enjoyed the morning, which was exactly what Ituk wanted her to do. He then sent a text to Yaesung. Step 1 is complete. To which Yaesung replied, I don't really need to know what steps you have completed. Just make sure she goes through all of the stations before she goes to the warehouse. Did he really have to be so blunt about it? Ituk mumbled. Who's being blunt? Tessa's ears perked up. Nobody. Ituk slyly replied as they went to have breakfast. After they had breakfast, Ituk made a phone call and went on his way. Tessa, I'm going out. Make sure you answer the door and or phone. Don't I always? Tessa replied as Ituk left the house. About a few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Tessa seemed a little suspicious, but reluctantly opened the door. When she opened the door, she was greeted by Yuna and Tiffany beaming smiles at her. Annyeong, Tessa, they greeted simultaneously. I have a bad feeling about this, Tessa thought, just before letting the two in. What are you doing here? We are here to help, Tiffany showed off her eye smile. So just sit back and relax while we do our job, Yuna smiled, but her eyes showed pure evil. This is definitely a callback to the school festival when they dressed her up all cute. Tessa was very hesitant, but when she guessed that this had something to do with the dress they bought the other day, it's best not to ask. Well then, let's get started, Tiffy smiled as they led Tessa to her room. Tiffany and Yuna then got their things set up and worked their magic. Tessa was extremely iffy on what they were doing, but she had no other choice but to trust them with what they were doing. So, when was the last time you got all dolled up? Tiffany made small talk. Tessa thought about it for a few moments. I think the last time was the masquerade dance last year. It's been that long? Yuna asked. No Valentine's Day. No Valentine's Day, no romantic birthdays, no nothing? Tiffany seemed shocked. Well, I don't really feel the need to get all dolled up when Yaesung calls me beautiful without it. Tessa shrugged. Aww. Yuna and Tiffany squealed. Tessa seemed a little annoyed by their squeals, but released a sigh. There was no getting rid of them now. After a few moments, Tiffany made the comment, I can see why you don't wear much makeup. You are just naturally so pretty. Thank you? Tessa seemed startled by her sudden compliment. Well, you know what? You're going to look absolutely stunning for tonight, Tiffany said. Tonight? Tessa asked. You'll find out soon enough, but for now, Yuna said, let's get to working on your hair. Oh boy. What's happening? What's going on? I want to know. I needed to take a drink real quick. This is the finale. I'm so excited. It was now about 3 p.m. and Tessa was just sitting in her living room with her hair and makeup completed, just playing some video games. As she was playing, the door randomly opened, revealing Ki Kwang and Woohyun. Oh. Alright. Annyeong, Tessa, the both of them evilly greeted. Tessa seemed a bit freaked out by this. Hi guys. What are you up to? Ki Kwang asked. Playing video games? Tessa answered slowly. Woohyun and Ki Kwang then grabbed her arms. Not for long, Woohyun smiled. Before Tessa had a chance to ask what they were doing, they took her from her room. Alright, let's see the dress, Ki Kwang commanded. Tessa stared at him for a little bit before getting the dress out of her closet. Ki Kwang studied the dress for a little bit before nodding to himself. What? Your hair looks good, but you need something to add to it to complement the dress, Ki Kwang told her. How about a flower? Woohyun suggested. Great idea, Ki Kwang smiled. I'll be right back. Woohyun, keep her company while I go to the shop. Woohyun nodded as Ki Kwang disappeared. Tessa couldn't help but crack a smile. He was always a fashionista. How do you know this? Woohyun asked. I dated him a few years back, Tessa shyly admitted. So, was he always this crazy? Woohyun asked again. Not always, Tessa quietly answered. Woohyun then sat back and relaxed. He then took a good look at Tessa. Yuna and Tiffany did a good job. You think so? Wait a minute. How'd you know they were here? Tessa glared at him. That's my little secret. Woohyun winked. Evilly greeted. Mwahaha, thunder clasped in the background. Yes. Surprised it hasn't started raining yet, because that's always what happens. Tessa just glared at him more, just as Kikong returned. I have the flower, he exclaimed. He then walked over to Tessa and placed his hands on her shoulders. It's now 4-something. Get your dress on and we'll take care of the finishing touches. Okay. Tessa nodded and pushed Woohyun and Kikong out of her room. After she closed the door, she just looked at her dress. I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling a lot of people are in on this. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Okay, let me double check these links, because this was also a very long time ago, and most of these don't work anymore. So let's see if I can, see if they work. Okay. So the dress link works and the heels work. Okay. So let me get... I will definitely post these pictures onto the Discord. Probably afterward. Because I have photos of the references I found. So, to kind of describe the dress is, you know, strapless, kind of above the knee, ruffles, and it's got a little bow on the side. Like, I really wish I could have this dress, because it looks really nice. And it's like kind of a deep purple color. And the shoes are like the same purple, but they kind of have like little stitches on them. And they have like fabric on them. So that's kind of the descriptor, and I will post them in the Discord afterward. When Tessa stepped out of her house wearing her dress and heels, she was greeted by Sora and Heechul, standing beside a stretch limo. A limo! What the hell is this? Tessa seemed dazed by all of this. No questions, please, Sora smiled. What are you waiting for? Heechul smirked. Your limo awaits. Tessa didn't ask any more questions, so she just got in the limo reluctantly. She absolutely had no idea where they were going. The windows were tinted, so she couldn't really see where they were going, and Sora nor Heechul would tell her. About 5 minutes later, the limo came to a stop and the door suddenly opened. Tessa then saw Kangin standing in front of her with his hand held out. Shall we go? He asked. Tessa looked at his hand and took it. Where are you taking me? You'll find out soon enough, Kangin slyly told her. Tessa pouted in reply. Why isn't anybody telling me anything? She thought just as Kangin brought her to the main room. All you have to do now is follow the signs, Kangin told her before leaving her be. Tessa tilted her head in confusion, but complied as she saw a small note on the wall. It says, close your eyes, open your ears, and let the music take over. Still a little confused, she started walking down the hallway and found another note. This one says, sometimes I can never find the words to say, so I'll let the music talk. She walked down the hall and found a few more notes. The notes led her to a room at the end of the hall. There was one last note on the door and it read, open the door. Tessa then heard some music playing. She opened the door and she was surprised by what she saw. She saw Ituk, Shindong, Sungmin, Eunhyuk, Donghae, Yoruk, Kyuhyun, and Yaesung on stage and sang the song From You, which is a Super Junior song, also from their 6th album because I loved that album. Still do. And that is actually a song dedicated to their fans, the elves. So, but it's actually a really nice and sweet song. So I recommend giving that a listen. In the intro, but I because Ituk does the intro and I changed it, you know, for the story, obviously. In the intro, Ituk looked Tessa right in the eyes and said, "This song is dedicated to the greatest little sister, Park Taesung, my girl, my angel." And I totally spelled angel wrong. Wow. What a word to mess up on. Anyway, just by hearing this, Tessa started to get a little emotional. She was just staring at them in awe as the performance went on. At some points, Tessa made eye contact with each and every one of them. She was thinking about her adventures with them. After the second chorus, Tessa was very mesmerized by Yeodok and Yaesung's voices. But then, just after Yaesung's part, Eunhyung and Donghae came in on their part and genuinely surprised Tessa, because they have like a little rap part in the song. Tessa just about cried when they sang their part. She was just so touched that they went through the effort of performing this for her. Towards the end of the song, Yaesung walked up towards Tessa and looked her straight in the eyes. Yes, let's tell the accident-prone to close their eyes and walk down the hallway and read the other messages. Yeah! Yes, tell the klutz to close their eyes and just listen. They're gonna run into everything. You look extremely beautiful tonight, he whispered, so that she was the only one that heard. Tessa was just all out of words. The only thing that could come to her head was, "You did all this? For me? Who else?" Yaesung gave her a heartwarming smile. "Thank you so much," Tessa said as she was about to cry. Yaesung then wrapped his arms around her waist. "Get used to it, because there will be more surprises in store for you." Tessa never said anything in reply, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. The guys that were still on stage started cheering for the two. Even Donghae. "You okay?" Eunhyuk asked. Donghae just smiled. "As long as she's happy, I'm happy too." Aww, character development. "That's the most mature thing I've heard you say," Eunhyuk chuckled slightly. Donghae kept that smile on his face as he glanced at Yaesung and Tessa, who were walking their way. Tessa walked up to Ituk and slapped him upside the head. "Ow! What was that for?" Ituk objected. "That's for keeping a secret from your precious little sister," Tessa replied. She was glaring at Ituk for a few moments before hugging him. "But thank you anyway." She then turned to everybody else. "You guys, nobody can ever replace you." "Yeah, I'm one of a kind," Eunhyuk smirked. "Yeah, there's no other monkey as dumb as you are," Kyuhyun remarked, earning a glare from Eunhyuk. Tessa started laughing at the small banter that was going on. She then looked up at Yaesung and smiled. "I am really glad I got to know you, Kim Jong-won." And there it is! That's the finale! That's how it ends! Happy endings for everyone! This was really fun, and I have no idea what we're gonna do for the goal for 100 followers, so that was really fun, getting to read this and relive my cringy teenage years with you guys. But also thank you again for the follows, everyone. I really do appreciate it. And maybe more fanfic reading will be in store in the future? I don't know, but we will see. So we're going to close out. I'm pretty sure I rated Blue Monday, but she's live right now. Let's go say hi to her. I think we rated her last week after reading fanfiction. So this will be a little deja vu, but it's fine. So when are you writing the third part? No. There's only When It Rains and Story of My Life. There's only those two. So this is the conclusion. But I have written more stories. So maybe we'll read a brand new series. I don't know. But I also have a lot of unfinished work as well. So maybe that'll be something I'll actually get off my butt and try to finish my writings. So we'll kind of pop over to the end screen here. Because we'll raid I Am Royal Blue. So yeah, we might come back to a new series for more fanfiction reading. I don't know, but tomorrow is Mario Party 2. So look forward to that. So we will now see you next time.